All right, it is 5:01. Guess we're going to get started. This is the AP Psych finale. I am Sarah Prinsey. I'm an AP Psychology teacher in Western New York. I've been teaching AP Psychology for 6 years. This is my first year teaching with Fiveable, and definitely my first CRAM finale. So trying out some new things, super excited. Before I get started though, I want to have Amanda take the reins, and she's gonna share a couple things with you, and then we'll get started.
What's up, AP Psych? I'm like out here trying to change my video, trying to get ready, but I'm super stoked to dive in. Love psychology because psych is actually the only AP class that I took in high school. So I'm team psych for sure. But I wanted to give you a couple of quick reminders, shout outs, and just, send my love to the psych crew. Number one, any content related questions that you have about the psych units or about the FRQs, pop those in the discussion threads below, and there will be TAs throughout the stream answering your questions. They're going to be doing a lot of work down there. But make sure that you wait until, if any concepts come up in the stream, just give it a second until she actually explains it before you start asking questions, right? So that's a big piece of it. So we don't want to overrun the server. So, but any questions that you ask will get answered. If you have tech questions, anything about any issues that happen, while you're watching, or about the CRAM experience itself, just chat us on the little bubble on my little face with the mustache. The student success team will be there to answer your questions. So separate the content and the tech questions, because there's two different teams that are ready for you tonight. The last thing I wanted to say is that we are running our annual social media contest. So at some point in this 5-hour stream, take a little break and go post on Twitter, Instagram, or TikTok about your CRAM experience. And we're going to be giving away $100 to the best post of the night. So just keep in mind that that's $100 that basically pays for your AP exam, but we're literally going to send you that on Cash App or Venmo, whatever you want. So make sure you do that and get that posted. It could be anything fun, call out College Board's nonsense. It could be something related to psych. It could be showing what your study, setup looks like, anything like that. Make sure to use the hashtag YesWeCram and tag us at ThinkFiveable so we see it. It's our student social team that is actually going to be picking the winner. And to be honest, most of that team was actually hired from last year's social contest. So that's the last thing. That's the last update I had for you. The last thing I just want to say is I know you're all super stressed out, and there's the anxiety is high. I know, but just please know that we are so proud of you. It's been a wild year. There is nothing that you can't do. You've made it through this year. You've made it through remote learning. I know that there's a lot on the test that you may not have covered in class, but it's going to be okay. You're here right now. We're going to cover everything tonight. And no matter what happens, the score on the test that you take tomorrow, or if you're doing admin 2 or 3, that score is just a formality. You already made it through this class. You already did all this, and you're part of this Fiveable family. And that's it. That's all you can do is do your best. So like I always say, if you have a second in this moment, just say it out loud so you believe it. Say this, I got this. I can do this. I got this. It's so much about your confidence right now. So, and that's really just the psychology of it, right? So I'm going to shoot it back to Sarah so that she can get going. There's a lot to cover. So good luck on your test, and I will see you around.
Sorry, folks. My computer's being a little strange. I couldn't hear Amanda at all, so I really hope I didn't cut her off. That would be super embarrassing. Okay, good. I just got a text that I'm good to go. So we're going to get started now. Let me just get my slides shared with you all. A lot of buttons to hit. All right, Let me just get my captions on. We will get started. All right. So this is May 10th. We're going from 5 to 10. We're going to cover units 1 through 10 in AP Psychology. I pulled this course guide out and I tried to cram as much into our CRAM session as I possibly could. I had to let some things go because we only have so long, but let's get started. So just a heads up, this stream is being recorded. It will appear on the website. So if you do ask a question, just so you know, just know that your name will appear on the screen. Change your name if you want to avoid this. Here are the Fiveable social media handles and some things coming soon. So there's a watch party on Wednesday, the 19th. That's from 5 to 10. Also on the 2nd of June, that's from 5 to 10. It's replays of tonight's action. So in this stream, here's what we're covering. Remember our course guide. We're going to go over some basic exam information. We're going to go over Unit 1, which is Scientific Foundations of Psychology. And Unit 2 is Biological Basis of Behavior. So think the brain and nervous system. Unit 3, Sensation and Perception. Also Unit 4, Learning. Unit 5, Cognitive Psychology. Unit 6, Developmental Psychology. Unit 7, Motivation, Emotion, and Personality. Unit 8, Clinical Psychology, and we'll cap it off with Social Psychology. And if we have some time, some practice questions. And there'll be some other practice questions mixed in there. You might have noticed I had Units 1 and 2 underlined. We'll really focus on those. They kind of set the foundation for the whole course. So the structure for the AP Psychology exam, it's got 2 parts. There's approximately 100 multiple choice questions, 70 minutes to complete, and it's 2/3 of your exam grade. Then there's 2 FRQs, 6 to 8 bullet points. Again, obviously averaging at like 7 bullet points. You'll have 50 minutes to complete those, and that'll be 1/3 of your exam grade. This year, the AP Psychology exam is not open notes. That's really important to remember because that will affect how we prepare today. For the AP Psychology exam administrations, there are 3. One is tomorrow. That one's paper and pencil. It's supposed to be 12 p.m., whatever your local time is. Administration 2 is the 20th. That will be at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So if you're on the East Coast, which is where I am, that's a digital exam and they want that to be synchronous. So check your local time. You'll either be taking that at home or at a testing location. Administration 3 is Thursday, June 3rd at 4 p.m. Again, that's Eastern time. So if you're not in the Eastern time zone, check what time that's going to be. And that'll be, again, digital. They release it synchronously, so that'll be at home or at a testing location. And they do say they want you to start logging in for the digital exams at least half an hour early. So I know at our school, they're saying to the kids to get there 15 minutes before they want them to start logging in. So just check with your instructor for what time you need to report. So a note on question security. The College Board does not want practice questions, particularly the multiple choice questions, posted online, reproduced in any way. This also goes for questions on the actual test. Any of the questions, they put this in the proctoring directions, don't discuss them with anyone, online, on paper, or even in person. The College Board, even they don't even want you to talk about it with your teacher. That's actually in the proctoring directions. And so for our practice questions today, I actually wrote some that we're going to use. So a word on writing FRQs. Each bullet in the prompt is worth 1 point. The first FRQ is concept application. So it's like almost anything is fair game. They love to take a concept from a bunch of different units, put it together in just one scenario. The second FRQ is research design. So definitely thinking Unit 1 in particular. If you're taking the test on paper, make sure you bring a pencil for the multiple choice part and a pen or 3 because you don't want to run out of ink if you're taking the test on paper, blue or black ink. If you're taking the test digitally, make sure your device is fully charged and make sure you've downloaded the exam app. There's a link right here for it if you need that. So when it comes to FRQs, I just want to focus on that for a couple minutes here. It's really, really critical that you apply the concept to the task, to the scenario. I also recommend answering each of the bullets in the task in separate paragraphs, okay? You don't need an introduction and conclusion. If it helps you organize your thoughts, go ahead and write one, of course, but you really don't have to. I recommend writing the definition of the term and then applying it. Really show that you know what you're talking about. You don't need to answer each of the bullets in order. It doesn't hurt though. These AP graders, they're humans and they like, they like things to be perfectly clear. So put them in a good mood. I would answer them in order. Do not write your response in bullets. They want complete sentences and they want paragraphs. Use synonyms where you can. It shows you understand the concept. And make sure you write the response in your own words, especially in this digital age. There's all kinds of anti-plagiarism software out there. If you've got like a photographic memory or you've memorized your definitions word for word, that's really, really great. Just make sure you reword it. Make sure it's in your own words. So some advice to prepare for the exam: vocabulary. That's going to be my focus. You're going to notice that our activities today are going to be lots of visuals. I know we got lots of visual learners out there. I see you. I'm one. And also vocabulary. Tons and tons of vocabulary, as much as I can cram in the amount of time that we have. It's important for obviously both multiple choice and FRQs to know the vocabulary. So also Kahoot, Gimkit, Quizlet, really, really great for vocabulary practice. And it's important to make sure you understand the terms, not just being able to spew the actual words of the definition. Make sure you can apply them. The College Board also has some on-demand review sessions in YouTube, and there's a link right there if you want to look at those. AP Classroom has some videos they call AP Daily, also on the College Board website, and there's some really excellent psychology instructors that offer extra lessons to help you boost your understanding. It's also important to take a breath. I get going. You're going to see. I get revved up. I get talking real fast sometimes, and definitely I need to do this. It's important to pause and take a breath. So before we launch into Unit 1, we're going to take a breath. I know it might feel silly. I got a bunch of people watching me. I'm doing it. Oh, it helps. So breathing really does help. I don't know about you. I felt this. I felt when I took a deep breath, I felt my brain get a little bit more oxygen. I get talking. I love psychology. I get fired up. My mouth gets going like a motor, and I start to lose out on the oxygen. Also, I'm a little bit nervous. Full disclosure, I'm very nervous. I've never done a CRAM finale before, and a lot of different tech that's unfamiliar for me. And so when I get nervous, when anyone gets nervous, our sympathetic nervous system starts to fire up. That low road in our brain goes to that fight or flight response. And we start to get into survival mode. Oh my goodness. And what starts to not happen is we stop using this part of the brain, the prefrontal cortex. Well, this is where our deeper level thinking happens. And so when we actually pause and take a breath, look at a pretty picture of nature. You'll see, I put a few of these in our slides. It actually can help you slow down, and it can help you do some deeper level thinking. I actually can see it on PET scans. If you look right here, this is when someone's a little anxious. This is after doing a little bit of deep breathing. I don't know if you can tell, but a little bit more firing up in the prefrontal cortex. Kind of important when you're thinking about AP psychology. The brain also needs a minute. We'll talk about the parallel distributed processing model when it comes to actually forming long-term memories. You have a lot going on in your brain when you're taking in information, thinking about the information, and then your hippocampus still keeps going. It still keeps creating those long-term memories. It needs some time, a little bit of time to get caught up. It needs a minute. Some other things that really, really can help in these days leading up to your exam: eat food with protein and fiber, drink water, get enough sleep, and then tell a trusted friend or family member. If you got something going on, there's something pulling at your attention and you're having a hard time focusing, find a trusted person that you can pause and you can talk to, kind of get that out, and then you can move on and focus on what you have next. Exercise in a way that's relaxing and healthy for you. For some people, it's lifting weights. For some people, it's going for a run. For some people, it's going for a walk. Whatever it is. I like yoga. Whatever relaxes you. And then take breaks and take a breath. All right, here we go. Unit 1, the scientific foundations of psychology. So what is psychology? It's a study of the mind and behavior. So what's going on in here, and then what you see on the outside. There's 4 goals of psychology. First is description, so actually describing what is happening. Second is explanation. Why is it happening, right? So what is happening, just the details. Why is it happening? And then prediction. When will that happen again? And then control. How can this be changed? So psychology is relatively new. It's approximately 140 years. Think of like Wilhelm Wundt as the father of psychology. He founded the first psych lab in Germany in 1879. He used objective introspection. That means examining the experience of consciousness. So like he would ask questions like, describe the color yellow. Or he'd have someone smell a rose and be like, describe the experience of smelling a rose. Edward Titchener coined the term structuralism, and he, again, focused on the structure of consciousness. Not a whole lot of application there. And he also is the one who brought psychology to America, to Cornell University in Ithaca. So some firsts in psychology. G. Stanley Hall is the first president of the American Psychological Association. William James he coined the term functionalism. Mary Whiton Calkins is the first woman president of the American Psychological Association. Margaret Floy Washburn is the first woman to earn her PhD in psychology, and Frances Cecil Sumner is the first African American to receive a PhD in psychology. Real quick, before I launch into the psychological perspectives, right? So I did a couple factual things first. We're going to start getting into some stuff that is, a lot of application, right? So just a heads up, especially as we get into some of these tougher concepts, hold off before firing off a question because you might be surprised. I might be answering your question a little bit later, okay? So if you've got a question, hold off. And if I move on to the next topic, by all means, go ahead and ask your question, okay? But because you do want to get clarification, of course, but just give it a breath, just real quick, make sure I'm not going to like answer it at the bottom of the slide, right? Okay, so psychological perspectives, again, this is when, and this comes up, this is very foundational for the rest of the course because it's going to keep applying these perspectives. You'll see these again. So Gestalt, Max Vertimer. So he kind of went with the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So if you look over here at this picture of the square, if you see these lines, a Gestaltist would say, what do you see in the picture? And if somebody says a square, they might say, oh no, you don't see a square. You see a collection of lines, right? But what our mind does is the way the lines are organized, it creates meaning. And so they would say, see, your brain used closure, that's in sensation and perception, to fill in the gaps and created meaning. So the whole together has more meaning than if you just look at the parts, the little lines. Early behaviorism, so think Pavlov, Watson, and Thorndike, all individuals we'll be discussing really soon. They like to describe and explain behavior as being due to learning. As I mentioned, those guys are going to come up later. Psychoanalytic / psychodynamic perspective, and Freud, another person who we'll be talking about more, and his followers. So they see behavior as being due to the unconscious. They also tend to look at childhood experiences. Again, more on that later. The humanistic perspective. So Carl Rogers, Abraham Maslow, lots of other humanists. This was kind of a reaction to behaviorism and the psychoanalytic perspective. Behaviorism was just very much you are who you're trained to be. I believe it was Watson who said, give me a room full of young infants and I will train any one of them to be, train any of them to be a criminal and this one to be a doctor. And you are who you're taught to be. It's all nurture, no nature. Well, the psychoanalytic perspective was kind of pointing at the id, those unconscious instinctual drives. And all these things like these aggressive impulses that we have. And the humanists were like, I think you guys are missing something. First of all, I think we're more than just who we're trained to be. Why is it that you have 2 kids living in the same home, raised the same way, turn out completely differently? I think that's free will. And then the humanists also looked at the psychoanalytic perspective and said, you guys are really negative. I think people actually are trying to reach their potential to be good. So again, see how the reaction, right? The evolutionary perspective, so think Darwin, right? Behavior is explained by the drive to survive. More on that later. We also have the biological perspective. So this is behaviors explained by genetic and physical systems within the body. Cognitive, this is behaviors explained via thinking patterns. So the invention of the computer was huge for how cognitive theorists understand the working of the mind, almost like downloading information, right? And filing away, memories, and very much kind of like a computer in a way. The sociocultural perspective explains behavior by taking into account cultural and social factors. And the biopsychosocial, this is much more recent perspective. So George Engel, he explains behavior. He says you got to put it all together. You got to look at the biological, the psychological, and the sociocultural aspects. So he's the one who got the picture right here. So in the domains of psychology, I kind of think of these as, in many ways, they kind of line up with a lot of the careers in psychology. So there's the biological and the experimental. There's also clinical psychology that deals with a lot of disorders, psychological disorders, cognitive and educational. Again, thinking, learning, counseling, developmental, industrial, organizational. So this is when, to be honest, you want to talk like psychological careers. These are some of the folks that can charge some hefty consulting fees. There's a lot of companies that would pay a lot of money to have a psychologist tell them, should in our office space, should we paint the walls yellow? Will that make people feel happy or too relaxed? What's the way to help my workers be the most productive? Should we use extrinsic motivation or try to go for the intrinsic? Studying the workplace, basically. Personality psychology, do a whole bunch on that later. And then social and positive psychology, all things we're going to touch on later. See, very foundational, this unit. So researchers in psychology, they use the scientific method. So they perceive the question, sounds like describe, one of the goals, right? They form a possible explanation, so think hypothesis, test that hypothesis, draw conclusions, making predictions about how behavior can be controlled based on these findings. And then really importantly, they got to report their results. Results are reported so that other researchers can try to replicate these results. If you can't replicate the results, they're not necessarily seen as being valid. So this part's really, really important. Some of the research methods that psychologists will use, there's a case study. This is when one individual studied in great depth. So you see over here, this gentleman, Phineas Gage. You probably heard this story. This makes it into pretty much every AP psychology textbook. So Phineas Gage was working on a railroad. In case you haven't heard the story yet. There's an explosion, and that pole that you see right there went through his head, out through his frontal lobe. Yeah, it was rough. And he had some behavioral changes, which again we'll talk about a little bit later. But this is the part of the brain that says like, oh, maybe I shouldn't say that, right? So he was doing things like yelling at people randomly on the street. People found him a little uncomfortable to be around for a little while. But again, more on that later. But here's the thing with Phineas Gage. If you want to know what happens to somebody when a pole goes through their frontal lobe, you can't just do that to somebody and then study the results, right? That's like wildly inappropriate and unethical. But when it happens by accident, you can study that. Right? You can, if you have the opportunity, you could learn what happened to that particular individual. You can get a lot of information about one individual in a case study. But a disadvantage is, what if it's not applicable to others, right? So you don't know if the same thing would happen to everybody if they were to suffer from the same kind of accident. And of course, you're not going to test that. So some other research methods, there's surveys. This is when researchers gather information by asking a series of questions. An advantage is that a researcher can gather information from a lot of people, including possibly very private details, especially if it's an anonymous survey. But you got to be careful you get a representative sample. Researchers, for example, if they want to study, what do Americans think? Actually, in 2020, there were a ton of these surveys happening. As they're leading up to the election, who are you going to vote for? And they're not asking every single American, like there's over 300 million Americans. They're not asking every single one, right? But what they're doing though is they're getting a representative sample. And so that means I got to pay attention to the demographics, right? Making sure you get people from multiple age groups, different genders, different, urban, rural settings, etc., to make sure the demographics proportionally match the population you're studying. That's really important. Another thing with surveys, though, is you still have what's called courtesy bias, which is when a respondent answers a question with what they think might be the nicer response. Maybe they're embarrassed or maybe they're just not that self-aware. Either way. All right, now the research method is naturalistic observations. So this is watching the behavior of humans or animals in their normal setting. So you can see Jane Goodall. There's also participant observation. So, maybe how much Jane Goodall can interact with monkeys is kind of limited, right? So, but what about, let's say you're studying parenting in the grocery store. Well, you could go shopping in the grocery store. That's participant observation. You just kind of observe, don't creep anyone out, right? But so if a researcher can join the group they're studying as a participant, say as a shopper, there's other kinds of studies where people can do that. You might be able to, if they don't know you're there, you might be able to get a little bit more realistic results. So an advantage of a naturalistic observation is you get a more realistic idea of how the human or animal is behaving as opposed to in a lab. Some of the disadvantages: you have less control over the environment. So confounding variables could impact the behavior and therefore the findings. There's also the observer effect. So if somebody's aware they're being watched, or an animal is aware that, oh, there's a human there, they may not act the same as they would if, they didn't know. There's also observer bias. So sometimes the expectations of the observer can skew the findings. So the observer is seeing what they expect to see. There's also lab experiments. So this is observing the behavior of humans or animals in a lab environment. An advantage is that a researcher has more control over the environment that way. A disadvantage is the behavior of humans and animals may be impacted by the artificial environment. So some other types of research methods, we've got correlational studies. So this is a measure of a relationship between variables. It can be a positive one or a negative one. So here's an example of a positive correlation. As one variable goes up, so does the other. A negative correlation is when one variable increases, the other decreases. And if there's no correlation, then you'll just kind of see the data scattered all over the chart. Remember that correlation does not mean causation. Okay, so classic example could be, for the longest time, researchers could see that there was a positive correlation between cigarette smoking and cancer, right, lung cancer. But it wasn't until they did an experiment in a lab they were able to identify cause and effect between cigarette smoking and lung cancer. Just because the two are both happening does not mean one causes the other. Okay, you actually need a lab experiment for that with an independent variable and a dependent variable. So the independent variable is being controlled by the researcher. The dependent variable is what's being tested or measured. So I like this graphic right here, right? The independent variable is the cause. The dependent variable is the effect. You need an operational definition. This means defining a variable in such a way that it's able to be measured. An experimental group, this is when participants are exposed to the independent variable. A control group, those are those who are not exposed to the independent variable. They may be given a placebo. So a problem with confounding variables is that these are the factors that can impact findings and interfere with results. So one solution in an experiment is you could use random assignment. And if you see this picture right here, so you've got your population, you pull out a representative sample, and then sometimes they literally draw names out of a hat. And then they just make sure that the demographics of the groups are proportional to each other and the population that they're studying. And again, the placebo, as I mentioned before, that's the substitute for the real thing. So a classic case where you would use placebos are in a medication study. And, so one, let's say it's a dopamine blocker because it's an antipsychotic medication, right, for schizophrenic patients. And so you might give a placebo medication that's just a sugar pill to one group, and then the actual medication to another, and see, you know, how much better do they do. And the group that doesn't get the real medication, let's say they think they're getting better, well, that would just be the placebo effect. Okay, and what you would do is you'd look, okay, so these folks who got the real medication, is there a significant difference? And we're going to talk about statistical significance very shortly. So let's see, solutions. We got the single blind study. This is when the participants don't know if they got the placebo or the real thing, but sometimes the experimenter will give little hints, right? What if they know which pill is the real one? There might be something in their face that they're, you know, that they kind of give it away. So that's when you might want to use a double blind study. And that's when the experimenter also doesn't know which medication the participants received. Some other research designs, you've got longitudinal studies. So you can kind of see right over here on the graphic. That's when you study one group over a long period of time. An advantage of this is that researchers can obtain a lot of information about the participants. But some disadvantages, it can be expensive. You got to follow up with these folks for a long time. There's also the cohort effect. So I was actually talking about this with I teach a sociology class as well. And we were discussing the cohort effect with, say, spending patterns. And you know, when you look at groups like the Greatest Generation, or some folks who were, you know, remember the Great Depression, they might have different spending habits than, say, my generation's Generation X. And statistically, apparently, we get into a lot more debt than folks who survived the Great Depression. So, you know, if you want to say, oh, well, people in their 30s, you know, that they're not usually good saving their money. Well, which cohort of 30-year-olds are you talking, right? So you got to watch for that. That can be a confounding variable for longitudinal studies. There's another issue with longitudinal studies is participant attrition. So you can sometimes lose participants. They might drop out. They might lose contact. They might pass away, lose interest, any of those. There's also cross-sectional studies. So that's studying several age groups at once, right? So let's say you study, I'll stick with the spending patterns example. Let's say you study spending patterns in 2020 of 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds, 40-year-olds, I don't know, 60-year-olds, right? And then you compare, and then you're done. You got all your data, right? The advantages are it can be less expensive and it's quicker, right? It's kind of like we do the study now and then we're finished. We look at our results. And you can kind of compare data across various groups. But a disadvantage is it limits the ability to measure the change in participants as they age, right? So could the change in spending patterns be because of maturity, or could it be because of what's happening socioeconomically around them? You don't really know, right? So a cross-sequential study, if you look right here, it kind of combines the two. So let's say you study two different groups and you study them twice, 10 years apart, right? And then again, that's going to be expensive because that's more than one group, but you do get a lot of information. Now, how do you report it? Well, statistical analysis is a really important part of this process. So you've got descriptive statistics. That's when you provide the information, you describe your findings, and you show relationships between the variables. Inferential statistics is when you want to suggest explanations, draw conclusions, make predictions. And the t-test is how they measure statistical significance. So this is that, you know, how you show numerically that the differences are not just caused by other variables or by chance. And so I got some visuals here. So a histogram right here, you can see the bar graph. You got a polygon that's a line graph. And here's the normal curve, which we'll spend some time on. So descriptive statistics. Measures of central tendency are how they can summarize data, sometimes around one score for a sample population. Measures of variability express how widespread the findings are. Frequency distributions are different types of variables and graphs to display those findings. So I'll show you what I mean. So there's some skewed distributions. This is when the scores are not evenly distributed. And what that means is you've got a few, you know, kind of like outlying scores that are messing your data a little bit. So a negative skew would be it's a concentration on the high end. So this is where you have more scores here, but think of it as like where the tail is pointing, right? So positive skew right here, it's pointing positive. The negative skew, it's pointing towards the negatives. And a bimodal distribution is when you've got two high points in your data. And so at that point, they're not looking at measures of central tendency anymore. You got to start looking at why do we have two different groups here? So some ways to measure, and these numbers can be really important because especially when you put all three together, you'll see how they don't line up necessarily if you got a skew. So a mean is an average of the scores. That is this number right here, the X with the line over it. Sigma right here means sum. The X means the scores. And N is the number of scores. So again, those outliers are those extreme scores that might impact the accuracy of findings. The median is the score that falls in the middle. And even if there's an even number of scores, you just take the average of the two middle ones. Mode is the most frequent score. And note that if the distribution of scores is skewed, the mean gets pulled towards the tail, and the mode will be at the highest point, and the median will be somewhere between the two. I'll show you. So if you've got this perfect normal curve of scores, right, it'll be right in the middle, mean, median, mode, boom. But if you've got a right skew, then you'll have some outliers that are higher over here. You'll have some outliers that are lower. And so, for example, I was actually recently read an article about how data like this can be skewed. So let's say you're looking at, so we're doing the Institution of Economics and Sociology, which is why I'm thinking of money and spending and numbers right now. But one thing they were looking at was, they'd say like, okay, well, the median income in this country is this number, right? Or they'd say the mean income is this much, right? And so kind of give this impression that people in this particular country, whichever country it might be, make a lot more money than maybe most people actually do, right? So this is why those outliers can really skew your data. So you need all these three numbers so you can kind of get a bigger picture of where the scores really fall. So some measures of variability, you've got range. That's the difference between the highest and lowest scores. The standard deviation is the number that tells you how much the scores vary or deviate from the mean. Okay, so these are the different standard deviations. And Z-scores indicate how many standard deviations a score is from the mean, right? So you might say someone is a +1, a Z-score of 1, right? That means they're right there. Now on to ethics. So a study's value to science must consider the rights and well-being of participants. Participants make an informed decision about whether or not to participate. Now, real quick, this is known as informed consent. If the participant's under 18, there has to be a legal guardian that gives permission. That's an important detail. There must be either protection from risks or a specific explanation of risks. If there are negative effects for participants, researchers are responsible for recognizing and correcting these effects. So let's say somebody gets a little bit traumatized by a study, the researcher needs to follow up and provide some counseling. There must be justification for deception. So when they say deception, this is important. They can't deceive the participants about what the participants are doing. That has to be perfectly clear and laid out, right? Otherwise, you don't know the risks. Someone can get hurt. But they can deceive the participants on what they're studying. They might actually be studying this behavior, but have led participants to think they're studying this behavior, right? So that's allowed, but they do need to debrief the participants afterwards, particularly if there was deception. They also need to reveal the results. Withdrawal from the study is allowed at any time. They do not have to go through with it if they don't want to. All data must be kept confidential. And here are some more links for more information about ethics and psychology, the review boards, et cetera, if you want to look into that more. So the use of animals, this can be controversial. So there are white laboratory rats that have been bred to be identical genetically, which, I mean, if you can see, that is a confounding variable, right? Different genes, that's like an automatic control right there. To be honest, internal review boards do allow researchers to do things to animals that can't do to humans. Again, there's people who do get upset about this. Vaccine studies, treatments for diabetes have saved thousands and thousands of human lives, right? A lot of that did come from animal testing. They must avoid unnecessary pain and suffering. So they do need to, let's say they're doing surgery, they do need to use anesthesia for the animals. 7% of psychological studies use animals. And for more information, again, another link if you want to look into that more. Okay. That was about what? 30 minutes of me going. So take a break. I'm going to take a little sip of tea and just breathe for a second. On the next slide, I've got a pretty picture. Take a deep breath. Let your hippocampus process a little bit of what you just all took in, because that was a lot. All right. We're going to launch into Unit 2. So Units 1 and 2, remember, so much is foundational, that so much of the different kinds of studies, like the different psychological perspectives, and now parts of the brain, the nervous system, the human body. Again, so much of this is going to keep coming up in these future units. So we're going to spend probably more time on Unit 1 and Unit 2 than any of the other ones. Here we go. Right in the picture, we've got in orange the central nervous system. So think center, right? You got the brain, and here's the spinal cord. And the peripheral nervous system is kind of what comes off of that, right? So the biological perspective has to do with neuroscience. That includes the study of the brain, neurons, and how it all comes together in the nervous system. So behavioral neuroscience, or biological psychology, looks at the biological reasons for behavior. By the way, one of my students actually showed this to me a couple years ago. There's in the Apple App Store, there's an app called 3D Brain. It's pretty cool, and it's free. And you can get this 3D image of the brain. You can flip it around, look at the bottom, you can look at it it's bisected. You can, and it has all these different parts of the brain and their functions. It's pretty awesome. So the neuron is a specialized cell that's responsible for sending and receiving messages within the nervous system. So here you got this nice, I love this graphic. It's got not only the parts of the neuron, but their functions. So here's the dendrites, right? Gets the message, goes through the soma or body, and then it goes down the axon and out the axon terminals. Schwann cells, they help produce the myelin sheath. I love this right here. I may or may not have just discovered GIFs. So if you look right here, the electrical impulse, right? It goes from dendrites to the cell body, and then you can watch it go down the axon, and then out here to the next neuron. Now, watch this one on the right. If you look here, notice the importance of myelin. Look how much faster this impulse goes. Right. So myelin serves very, very important function for neurons functioning. It absolutely speeds up and makes the message go much more efficiently. So how the electrical impulse travels down the axon, if you look at this diagram right here, again, this is another GIF, you can see that there's these positive sodium ions going through sodium channels. And then they kind of get pumped back out. This is a semi-permeable cell membrane. So you can see the impulse, it obviously goes a lot faster than this. It's like 1/1000th of a second, but this slows it down. So you can see these sodium ions going inside the cell membrane, then they just kind of work their way back out. So firing is called action potential. Resting is when the cell is at rest. Now remember that neurons, the way they fire is all or none. So if the neuron gets a strong signal, which does happen, it'll fire multiple times. Not a stronger firing. It'll just fire multiple times. That gives the message, okay, something serious. So once the message goes down the axon and gets to the axon terminals, now we're at the synapse. That's also known as the gap. And what happens here is the synaptic vesicles, these things right here, they are holding neurotransmitters. And the message that comes through the electrical impulse right here will tell certain synaptic vesicles to release into the synaptic gap. And they will land right in these receptor sites. And certain receptor sites fit certain neurotransmitters. It's almost like a key in a lock. And then they get sucked back up into the synaptic vesicles. There's some important neurotransmitters that you want to make sure you know. These tend to get asked about in my experience. So acetylcholine, so that's muscle action, learning and memory. Dopamine influences movement, learning, attention, emotion, also plays a role in schizophrenia, which we'll talk about later. Serotonin, I think of it as like the chill neurotransmitter. It kind of gives the message of, like things are good, right? For someone who is depressed, they might be low on serotonin, and that can actually cause more depression symptoms. Same thing actually with anxiety is, as I said, chill, right? Chill. It can be a mood lifter, but also kind of a chill one. So make sure you know serotonin. Norepinephrine, that has to do with our sympathetic nervous system response, right? So that fight or flight. And then also just GABA and glutamate. So GABA is an inhibitory transmitter. Alcohol mimics GABA, and as a depressant. And then glutamate involved in memory. So make sure you, especially those first four. The other two too. So some other neurotransmitter terms you want to make sure you know. Some neurotransmitters have an excitatory effect. That means it makes the cells fire. Some have an inhibitory effect, means it makes the cells stop firing. An antagonist is a chemical that blocks or lessens neurotransmitter effects. An agonist is a chemical that enhances or imitates the effect of a neurotransmitter. And then reuptake is the process by which serotonin gets sucked. Neurotransmitter. I'm looking at serotonin right there. The neurotransmitters get sucked back up into the synaptic vesicles. So if you look right here, here's serotonin firing into the synaptic gap. And by the way, a lot of antidepressants work by blocking the reuptake of serotonin. So they're called SSRIs, or selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. And what that does is that causes the serotonin to kind of hang out in the synapse a little bit longer and keep hitting the next dendrite to say, hey, relaxed feeling. And enzymatic degradation. These are enzymes that break down the lingering neurotransmitters in the synapse. So not only do neurotransmitters get sucked back up into the synaptic vesicles, but also some enzymes come through and really clear that out. Glial cells. We have so many glial cells, and they don't get that much attention, which is really interesting to me. They're very important. They provide, a ton of support, nutrients, help form myelin. They support the work of the neurons, but we spend almost no time talking about them. I mean, there's all these different kinds of glia. I like to think of them as being like the nurses and maintenance staff for the neurons. I mean, super, super important, right? But they don't get as much attention, right? They don't get their name on the nameplate outside of the office all the time, right? But still really, really important. So here's a big picture of our nervous system. So you got the central nervous system, the brain and spinal cord. Now let's look at that peripheral nervous system. So you've got sensory neurons, and they go to the sensory organs, right? Which we'll talk about in Unit 3. Then there's the motor neurons. So from the central nervous system, muscles and glands. So you've got your somatic nervous system that controls your voluntary movements, the ones you're doing on purpose. And then your autonomic nervous system controls involuntary responses. And there's those two parts, right? The sympathetic and the parasympathetic. Both are really important, right? Remember that sympathetic nervous system, fight or flight, really important for survival sometimes. You hear those stories of, terrible car accident and somebody's able to have like super strength and like lift the car, right? And that's adrenaline, right? Epinephrine. But it does have a cost, which we'll talk about a little bit later. The rest and digest is really, really important. That's why people who are going through chronic stress start to have health problems, because your body needs that chance to rest and recharge, to digest well, to repair, cell damage. And then again, when we're talking brain functioning, when you're at rest, when you're relaxed, again, that's when we can do a lot more of our prefrontal cortex, deeper level thinking. So if you've ever touched something really, really hot and your hand jerked back, right? And then you're like, ow. The hand jerks back, then ow, right? When you think you'd be feeling the pain first. No, and that's that's thanks to your spinal cord. It's called the reflex arc, and this is, you can see how this could be very helpful. It's probably saved a lot of people from some burns that could have been way worse. And so what happens is there's the sensation of, ooh, hot, too hot, too hot, goes to the spinal cord, and then the spinal cord makes the decision to not only send the message of pain to the brain, but also sends a message through your motor neuron to your muscle to pull back. Right, your spinal cord does that thinking. That's amazing. So the endocrine system, this one works a little slower than the nervous system, right? Remember those nervous systems are firing like 1,000th of a second, right? This is hormones getting dumped into your bloodstream. So it takes a little bit longer. So the pineal gland has to do with melatonin, which we'll talk about in a little bit here with sleep. The pituitary gland is, you guys remember, it's the master gland, controls all the other ones. A lot going on with the pituitary gland. This is the one that activates puberty. Thyroid gland has to do with your metabolic rate. And there's the adrenal glands, again, adrenaline, the fight or flight response. Pancreas has to do with the hunger response, insulin. And then the ovaries and the testes are the gonads, the sex glands. Have to do with, again, puberty. So brain imaging, stuff's so cool. So we got MRIs right here. This is a 3D image of the brain. So they're mostly looking at structure, okay? Not so much function. So like, let's say someone has like a brain tumor or some kind of an injury, they might do an MRI. PET scans, I reference these a lot. So PET scans are when they inject the patient with radioactive glucose and the brain metabolizes that. And they can actually, and let's say they're doing a PET scan on somebody because they want to see what part of your brain you use when you're listening to music. So they'd inject them with the glucose, put some music on their ears and just watch what fires up, right? Computed tomography, that's a CT scan that uses X-ray, so that does use radiation. So a lot of times they prefer to use an MRI if they can. An EEG, we'll be looking at some brain waves pretty soon. We talk about the different sleep stages. So that measures brain waves. That's a little squiggly line over there. And then the functional fMRI creates like a movie of the brain. So cool. It shows where oxygen's being used in the brain as you're thinking. And that's what the little GIF is right here. There's also brain stimulation. Lesioning is something that's not used very often. It's the use of a wire that when put into the brain, it actually creates a current. It typically is used to kill brain cells. It's not used very often. It's mostly used like, if there's somebody who is suffering from epilepsy or depression, and they've tried all the other treatments and the condition could be fatal. So this is like one of those last ditch efforts to save somebody. This is a pretty invasive one. Electrical stimulation of the brain, that's the picture over here on the left. This one's not super invasive, but it uses an electric current to stimulate brain activity. Doesn't damage cells though. This one, deep brain stimulation. I don't know, I couldn't be a nurse, but these pictures, there's electrodes inserted into the brain and connected to a device, kind of like a pacemaker. It might be implanted under their collarbone. I just sometimes think like, oh my gosh, like don't bump the cord. So there's the hindbrain. That's the old or reptilian brain. And so I have this one chart that couldn't get into a slide, but it shows how like the brains of reptiles proportionally have more hindbrain, right? So more medulla, more cerebellum, and more of these think like the instinctual part of the brains, right? The ones that kind of keep you alive. I'm sorry if you can hear my dog barking, by the way. Then they have like, the forebrain, which we'll talk about in a minute. So this hindbrain, again, it's more about survival. The reticular formation, they didn't have it in this one. So I put it over, I put this picture in there. It's right about there. This has a role in attention and focus. And as you can see, the medulla controls your breathing, heartbeat, other vital life functions. Your cerebellum is why you can like sit up in your chair and not fall over. It coordinates a lot of your muscle movement, balance, posture. The pons has to do with coordinating the left and right side of the body. And it also fires up when we're dreaming. And then there's the limbic system. I think of this as, they say it's the subcortical part of the forebrain. So I think of it as like being under the hood of the car, right? If the cortex is like the hood of the car, this is what's right underneath the hood. And this is when we start getting into the stuff that makes us human. So we've got the, the cingulate gyrus, that pain and memory, the olfactory bulbs that goes straight in, it bypasses the thalamus. There's the hypothalamus, regulates weight, appetite, thirst, body temperature, pituitary gland, does a lot. The amygdala, again, there's your fight or flight response, right? Memory, fear, stress. Your hippocampus, formation of long-term memories. And I want to point something out here. Here's the amygdala and here's the hippocampus. Notice how closely those are connected. Have you ever noticed that if you have a strongly emotional experience, it kind of gets like crystallized in your mind? They call those flashbulb memories, right? So like my parents' generation, my parents are baby boomers. And, they have this thing where they're like, everybody of my generation knows where they were when they heard Kennedy was assassinated, right? Because it formed a flashbulb memory. That emotional experience fired up not just the amygdala, but the hippocampus. And there's things that are crystallized in their mind. For my generation, it's 9/11. I was a junior in college. I remember who I was having breakfast with. I remember what I was in the dining hall. I remember some of the the workers there that I didn't even know personally, but I still remember them because they were part of that memory. We just stood around watching this TV hanging in the corner. Never going to forget that because my hippocampus was firing up. The mammillary body has to do with memory, especially recall. And then there's the septum. It's a thin membrane between the fornix and the corpus callosum. So the cortex, this is this outer layer of the brain, is about 1/10 of an inch thick. This is kind of gross to think about, but my AP psychology textbook says that if you were to like iron it out, iron out all the wrinkles, it'd be like the size of a pizza, which I don't know. Again, I could never be a nurse. I don't know how people think of those pictures. Corticalization is the wrinkling of the cortex. So it's almost like they say the more wrinkles in your cortex, the smarter you are, because it's creating more surface area. It's like you're actually changing your brain as you learn more. And it creates more and more space for you to have more connections of dendrites between neurons. The cortex is divided into hemispheres, right? So get your right and your left. I'm not sure if I'm reversed on my little camera here. And they're connected by the corpus callosum. And mirror neurons, they think mirror neurons are why if you see someone yawn, you yawn. And mirror neurons are also why if you watch those YouTube videos where like somebody crashes really hard, like bites it real hard, right? You're like, oh, right? That's you almost feel the pain, like just you feel something, right? That's mirror neurons. They fire when we're performing an action, but also when they watch someone else perform an action. It also has if you think about like observational learning with Bandura, right? Mirror neurons, I think, might be playing a role in that. Neuroplasticity. There's so much coming out about this right now. Again, I'm not a neuroscientist, but I find this absolutely fascinating. Remember Phineas Gage, right? Pull through the head. So I found an article that, because when I learned about him in high school, psych, it was always just like, oh yeah, like his frontal lobe was hit. So he started behaving all strange and swearing at old ladies and like, he was socially inappropriate for a while. And that's all we heard, right? It's like, oh yeah, that teaches us what the frontal lobe is for. It's what tells you not to swear at old ladies, right? But Phineas Gage, they didn't tell us this till later. Phineas Gage actually spent time in the Andes Mountains, okay, South America. And he was a stagecoach driver. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen someone direct one of those things, but they have like a different rein for each finger and they're directing all these different horses. Like, I couldn't do that without a traumatic brain injury. I do wonder though, I mean, as he's navigating around those hairpin turns in the mountains, how many of those people who he was driving through the mountains knew he had a pole through his head? Probably not many of them, but he did it successfully, right? And so something must have gotten better, right? Because again, this is this part of the brain right here. And then you've got your sensory cortex, right? And your motor cortex. I mean, all this right here that had that traumatic injury, there must have been, if you see this GIF right here, it kind of wiggles every now and then, there must have been some new formation of more dendrites. There had to have been. And also his behavior got better. And you don't always hear about that. So new stuff coming out about neuroplasticity and the amazing potential the brain has, maybe even if not to fully recover, to heal, right? So there's also stories of people who they if they're blind, they end up developing really really sensitive hearing because they use it more, right? They depend on it more. Again, neuroplasticity. They're looking at. I'm trying to unlock that mystery, right? So short video clip here about. So there's the Broca's area and the Wernicke's area, and just again new stuff coming out always. I can't keep up with all of it, but there's two particular disorders that people can have. There's the Broca's. That's the inability to produce fluent speech. So a person can't get the words out, like as in they just can't shape them, right? The Wernicke's aphasia, that is the inability to use the correct words. So somebody might be like, I'm really tired, so I'm going to go to the microwave. They mean to say, I want to go to bed, right? Just the words are fluent, but the wrong one comes out. But I'll let you watch the video clip about what's happening with neuroscience and Wernicke. Baby.
Welcome to 2 Minute Neuroscience, where I explain neuroscience topics in 2 minutes or less. In this installment, I will discuss Wernicke's area. Although there is some debate over the exact location of Wernicke's area, it is typically considered to reside in the cortex of the left cerebral hemisphere, near the junction between the temporal and parietal lobes. Wernicke's area was named for the German physician Karl Wernicke, who reported that damage to this region results in a deficit, where patients are able to produce speech that resembles fluent language, but actually is meaningless. The disorder came to be known as Wernicke's aphasia, and patients who suffer from it do things like use made-up words or similar-sounding words substituted for one another to produce speech that makes little sense. Patients with Wernicke's aphasia also suffer from a deficiency in their ability to understand language. Wernicke proposed a model for language that involved both the region he discovered and another language center, Broca's area. Broca's area is thought to play a role in speech production, and Wernicke's model, which was later expanded on by neurologist Norman Geschwind and called the Wernicke-Geschwind model, suggested that Wernicke's area creates plans for meaningful speech, while Broca's area is responsible for taking those plans and determining the movements, like of the tongue and mouth, required to turn those plans into vocalizations. It's now thought, however, that this model is too simplistic. Studies indicate that language likely involves widespread networks and cannot be boiled down to a connection between two brain regions. Additionally, evidence now suggests that Wernicke's area may be involved in speech production rather than just comprehension, and some have claimed it may not be as important to language comprehension as once thought. Thus, researchers are still trying to figure out the precise contribution of Wernicke's area to language.
Yeah, sometimes I feel like the more they learn, the more like, oh, we thought it was this. Now we're not so sure. But then they do get answers. But and again, that kind of makes me wonder about neuroplasticity, right? Like if they thought it was this area only that had to do with speech production and in this one, right? But now it's a whole network, which again, if you think about the prognosis for people who have traumatic brain injuries in those areas, that's really good because that means other areas of the brain, other neurons, other dendrites can step in, right, and start forming connections. Now, lateralization, speaking of connections, and hemispheric specialization. So it's thought, and this is not a 100% guaranteed thing. There is variety here in how our brains function. Of course, this is the typical pattern, okay? But they do think that the left side of the brain has more to do with, planning, obviously verbal production, analytical thought. And then the right side of the brain has a little more of the creativity, it has to do with spatial, right? Now, they do know that corpus callosum, they do know that motor control crosses, right? So you control the right side of your body with the left side of your brain and vice versa, right? But if you've heard of this guy, Roger Sperry, he cut the corpus callosum of some patients who were suffering from very severe epilepsy. And at first it seemed like, oh, wow, it totally cured it. Like, I guess, do we need this corpus callosum? But then they started noticing some really interesting side effects. So if you look at this picture right here, so this person just looked at a split screen and they saw the word key ring, okay? And remember, right, so like right visual field goes to the left side, left visual field goes to the right side. So that information went like that, right? So ring went to the speech side, And so they said, what did you see? And instead of saying key ring, because he couldn't put all that information together because the two sides of his brain weren't talking to each other completely, he just said ring, because that's what went to the speech side. But then they said, okay, well, now on the table, pick up what you saw. And he picks up a key because they used his left hand, and that's what went to that side of his brain. Amazing. Remember neuroplasticity, right? Brain lateralization. Combine the two in this video.
In an experiment that's now a classic in brain research, Mike Gazzaniga over 30 years ago used a similar setup to find out if the two halves of the brain are specialized to do different things.
Ship.
Joe is being flashed a word only to one half of his brain. Words flashed to the right
Store.
are seen only by his left brain, and Joe can report seeing those words just fine.
Piano. Good.
But when a word is flashed to his right brain,
Didn't see that. Okay. So I'm going to ask you
but now watch what happens.
to draw that with your left hand. You're going to be lost. Why don't you try drawing another picture of it over here if that'll help you. Oh, phone. Oh, okay.
It's almost as though somebody has given him a secret communication.
That's right.
Now he knows that it's a telephone. Like up until then, he was blind to it.
Exactly.
When Gazzaniga first did this experiment, it instantly proved that the ability to speak resides almost exclusively in the left hemisphere. Not until he sees what his right brain is drawing is Joe able to name
He
it.
said church, didn't he? After looking at the figure.
But he had to figure it out about as long as we did. That's really interesting. It's a picture here of somebody communicating almost with another person.
Yeah, that's amazing, right? He saw the word phone. He said, what'd you see? He's like, I didn't see it. Like, can you draw what you saw? Drew a phone. And then when he saw the picture of the phone, he's like, oh, a phone. Amazing. So, theories of consciousness. William James, a guy who came up with functionalism. Remember that whole, like, what's the purpose of consciousness? He proposed that consciousness is what makes human life and survival possible, right? So staying aware of what's happening around you. See how that could be important for survival. Then we have Sigmund Freud's theory. So he said there were 3 levels of consciousness. There's the conscious level. So what we're talking about right now, this little pyramid, right? With these 3 different levels of consciousness. And then there's the preconscious level. So, for example, the fact that Washington, D.C. is the capital of the United States. I just pulled that out of your preconscious and I just moved it to the conscious level. Now you're thinking about it. Your unconscious level, according to Freud, is all of these, fears, instinctual urges, aggression, all these shameful things that you're stuffing down and not paying attention to or dealing with. That's why he thinks it comes out in your dreams, which we'll talk about later. Sleep. Circadian rhythms are the 24-ish hour sleep-wake cycle, though I did read a study that said that they actually took some participants and just locked them in this basically like a cement block, no sunlight, no clocks. And they ended up just kind of reverting to this 25-hour cycle and just going to bed a little bit later, I guess. I don't know. I definitely find myself doing that sometimes, but I don't have to get up for work. So melatonin is the hormone secreted by the pineal gland that makes you start to get tired. And the suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN is easier to say, is deep in the hypothalamus. This kind of sets your internal wake cycle. So if you're looking at this circadian rhythm, so let's say, it's military time. I'm not as familiar with that. Okay, so let's say, it's like 7:30 in the morning, right? And so melatonin secretion stops depending on when the sun comes up. And so they say your highest alertness is 10 a.m. Maybe not true for our night owls, right? I'm a morning person. This is definitely true for me. Your best coordination is, think early afternoon, maybe fastest reaction. Maybe that's why they have school sports at this time. I'm not sure. And then your highest blood pressure is later on in the evening. Then you get your highest body temperature. Melatonin secretion starts, especially once the sun starts to go down. And then your deepest sleep is supposed to be about 2 in the morning. Your lowest body temperature is supposed to be about 4:30 in the morning. And then again, sun comes up, melatonin secretion stops, and you wake up, in theory. So some theories of sleep. We've got restorative theory of sleep. The theory says that during sleep, there are chemicals that are replenished and bodily damage is repaired. And they say this is during your deepest levels of sleep. In theory, adaptive level of sleep suggests that humans and animals evolved sleep patterns kind of based on whether or not they're predator or prey. So like, you know, the lion over here, he can nap whenever he wants. He can sleep all day, 15 hours, 16 hours. There's nobody hunting him, right? Except for, I mean, you know, humans. But if we're looking natural, right, out in the natural world, this is why they develop those sleeping patterns, right? But the gazelle, they only sleep like 4 hours every 24 hours and usually in short naps, right? And they wake up pretty easily. But you have some nocturnal animals, especially like the ones who live in trees, like possums. They can afford to be nocturnal because they are in trees and tend to be safer. Those are the theories. So sleep waves and cycles, rapid eye movement is when the eyes underneath the eyelids are moving, but your body's not supposed to be moving, because that is when you're supposed to be dreaming. And if you can imagine, if you start getting up and wiggling around during a nightmare, that could be a problem. These are what the brain waves are said to look like on an EEG. So you've got the REM waves. Now, right here, this is someone who is awake. Those are beta waves. Stage 1 sleep is when you get these kind of slower alpha waves. Then when you start getting into a little bit deeper sleep, so think stage 2, you've got theta waves, and these are sleep spindles. That's how you know what's in sleep stage 2. And sleep stage 4, it used to be 3 and then 4, but they lately combined them into 3 and 4. These are the slower delta waves. So this is what the sleep pattern is supposed to be like. So you're awake, you fall asleep, right? You go into your deep sleep. Remember restorative theory? This is according to that theory when these replenishing chemicals are happening. And then you go up and you have a dream. And you're pretty easy to wake. It's pretty easy to wake you up when you're in REM cycle. And then you're supposed to go into deeper sleep. And then you might wake up in the middle of the night, or you might just dream. And then you go into these lighter sleeps and then have more dreams. Now notice there's more dreaming happening towards the end. That's why a lot of times if you remember your dreams, it means you were woken up during an REM cycle. If you don't remember your dreams, it doesn't mean you didn't dream. It just means you woke up during a light sleep or a deep sleep. So sleep duration recommendations. I like this chart because they don't just say get this many hours of sleep if you're this many years old and this many months old. It gives a little bit of variety, right? Because some people need more sleep, some people need a little less. But again, notice that the amount of sleep people need does tend to decrease as you get older. Some sleep disorders. Nightmares or scary dreams, not to be confused with night terrors. Nightmares happen during REM sleep. Usually pretty easy to wake someone up out of a bad dream. Night terrors tend to happen in those deeper levels of sleep. So sometimes somebody who's having a night terror might be in a state of panic. They might start screaming, thrashing, again, during the deepest stages of sleep. So it can be very difficult to wake them up. Somnambulism is sleepwalking and talking, usually occurs during deep sleep. And sleep apnea is when a person stops breathing for 10 or more seconds. A lot of times it happens a lot. And the person, they don't even a lot of times know they have sleep apnea. And they're just not getting deep sleep. Their bodies keep starting to wake up and then going back, and they just end up feeling awful. A CPAP machine can really help with that. And narcolepsy is when a person suddenly slips into REM sleep. And that's what we see that this poor puppy's got right here. If you look, there he is. He's just running along, and then he's out. Some other sleep disorders. We've got microsleep. These are quick side steps into sleep when one is sleep deprived. This can be very dangerous when one's behind the wheel. Happened to my husband once when he was a teenager and just got his driver's license, wasn't getting enough sleep and fell asleep, went into a ditch. REM rebound is when a person experiences a large amount of REM sleep due to not getting enough sleep during previous nights. So you remember, like, you go into your deep sleep and you have lighter sleep and then you deep sleep and then you have a dream. So remember at the end of that sleep cycle, that's when you're getting most of your REM cycles. And if you cut that off, you only get like 4 or 5 hours, even only 6 hours of sleep. Your brain will take some REM sleep from a future night and you won't get as much deep sleep, which is why you can just end up feeling very tired and run down. REM behavior disorder. is when someone gets up and moves around during REM sleep. I have a friend who actually has that, and he has a special sleeping bag that he zips himself into every single night to make sure he doesn't get up and move around. And insomnia is inability to fall asleep, stay asleep, or get quality sleep. And there can be lots and lots of reasons for this. Staying up and studying for exams can be one of them. Sometimes our cell phone is the reason. So if you need to, if your cell phone's keeping you up, it may not be a bad idea to charge it in a different room overnight if you need to. So some theories on dreaming. Freud had his thoughts. He believed that dreams contain manifest content. That's what actually the events of the dream are. And remember, he thought we have all this unconscious stuff going on that we're not dealing with. So he said that there was this latent content, right? The deeper meaning, what your subconscious is trying to tell you, and that comes out. Hence, dream interpretation was big for him. Thanks to PET scans, there's the activation synthesis hypothesis theory. This is that the pons takes information from the real world and just keeps thinking about it at night. And the reason we see that is because they watch that thing fire up on a screen. The frontal lobe is pretty quiet when you're sleeping, so that might be why your dreams get a little bit weird, because remember, this is where we do a little bit of our, oh, maybe I shouldn't do that. Activation information mode model says that the brain uses your experiences to piece together a dream. So if you've had any nightmares about your exams, that's activation information mode model accounts for that. Hypnosis is a semi-conscious state of suggestibility. So hypnosis can create mild amnesia, not necessarily blank anybody out completely, at least not very often, but it's more like it redirects your attention. It can relieve some pain. So there are some women who use hypnosis, for example, during labor. It can alter sensory perceptions, and it can help people relax in stressful situations. Again, usefulness during labor. Hypnosis cannot cause superhuman strength. It can also not reliably enhance memory. There are cases where it has, but especially if it's like a court case or something and it's going to be presented as evidence, you really got to have some corroborating evidence to prove that that's a thing. It also can't send you to a past life. That's not a thing either. So theories on hypnosis. There's the hidden observer. This is a suggestion that some part of your brain always stays engaged. I mean, again, I've seen some of those video clips of people doing weird stuff on stage at like those hypnosis shows. So I don't know about that. Maybe. Jury's out. Social cognitive theory of hypnosis. This is the theory that people who are hypnotized are just playing a role of what's expected of them. Psychoactive drugs. So there's these obviously impact consciousness as well. So there's the depressants like tranquilizers, alcohol, stimulants such as amphetamines, cocaine, and ecstasy. There's opiates, including opium, morphine, codeine, and heroin. Hallucinogens, LSD, mescaline, and then marijuana, which marijuana is something that I've been reading a lot about. Again, legally, there's a lot going on with that right now. And also, I just watched a documentary that talks about how the contents of marijuana is very different. There's a lot more THC in a lot of the marijuana being produced. They're I guess, breeding the plants differently, which makes it more of a hallucinogen. So there's a little, instead of more of the relaxing effect, there's more of the hallucinogenic effect. So, I wonder what's going to happen with the classification of marijuana, or if they're going to have different classes of it. Now, dependence, when it comes to psychoactive drugs, that refers to a physical need for a drug. But there's also psychological dependence, which is when somebody they think they can't get by without it. Withdrawal is the negative physical effects from not taking a drug. So drugs like heroin have this really, really intensely, because heroin is an agonist for endorphins, right? It mimics the effect of endorphins. So your brain thinks, oh, I've got a lot of endorphins, feeling good, don't need to make any more. And so somebody who stops taking heroin, their body has stopped making endorphins, and so they feel everything. Your body is typically producing at least some amount of endorphins all the time. That's what prevents it, your stomach from hurting, or your headache, your head from hurting all the time, or hence really, really bad withdrawal symptoms. Drug tolerance is a need for an increased amount of the drug in order to feel its effects. All right, so here's what we're going to do. we're going to do a practice FRQ question. I don't want to take this whole time out to like write a full FRQ right now. This is just a 3-bulleted quick practice with application. So I'm going to set a timer. I'll give you 5 minutes. Okay. I'll read the prompt. So remember, definition, application. So Joyce has been suffering from sleep disturbances. She's been tossing and turning at night and having disturbing nightmares. What might psychologists from each of the following perspectives identify as being a possible cause of her symptoms? I've got 3 different perspectives: the psychoanalytic, biological, and cognitive. So what I'd like you to do, plan out what you would do. Just definition and application. Okay. I'll give you 5 minutes, and then I wrote some sample answers that could possibly work, and you can kind of compare and see how you did. All right, 5 minutes. All right, wrap up your last couple thoughts, about 20 seconds. All right. So these are possible answers, okay? There's a lot of ways you can answer FRQs. So I just wrote some sample answers and I color-coded them. So there's definition first and then application. So I said the psychoanalytic perspective focuses on a person's unconscious drives, conflicts, and desires. A psychoanalytic psychologist may think that Joyce has been repressing her anger towards her mother as they've never gotten along. It may be coming to the surface when she's asleep and unable to consciously repress the resentment she feels towards her mother. So I noticed I tried to squeeze in there something with the unconscious and something from the childhood. I also snuck in a defense mechanism, repression. That would probably seal it, right? Like, oh yeah, I know Freud's theory. I get the psychoanalytic. Now, biological perspective. So the biological perspective definition focuses on genetics and physical workings of the brain and nervous system. Application. A psychologist from the biological perspective may look at Joyce's family history to see if there's a genetic history of sleep disturbances. If they believe that her nightmares are due to her body chemistry, they may recommend a medication to help her sleep more deeply. So I went for both genetic and the medication. In the body chemistry. Now, you could talk about neurotransmitters in here, right? You could talk about the pineal gland. You could talk about melatonin. You could talk about hormones. Right? There's a lot there when it comes to sleep. Next, the cognitive perspective. The cognitive perspective focuses on a person's thinking patterns. A psychologist from the cognitive perspective may think Joyce has been struggling with problem solving and planning out her projects, which is causing her to have nightmares about failing at work. So it's problem solving, right? Planning. Those are cognitive thought processes. Tell you what, though, true story. About 4 days ago, I woke up with a nightmare because I told you it was my first time doing a CRAM session. I was a little bit nervous about doing a finale. I actually had a dream that halfway through the CRAM finale, no idea why, maybe my frontal lobe wasn't on, but I just decided to, instead of actually teaching you guys, I live streamed a European men's soccer game for half an hour. I'm really thankful that I work with good people who wouldn't let me do that. But I bet it's like a cognitive psychologist would say, are you nervous? I think you're nervous about your first time doing a finale. All right, unit 3, sensation and perception. So much fun stuff in this unit. So some sensation basics. Remember, sensation means the activation of sensory receptors, eyes, ears, nose, skin, taste buds. Transduction is the process, you can actually kind of see right here. It's a process by which outside stimuli is translated into neural activity. You ever thought about how neat that is, right? It's light waves, right? Becomes an electrical impulse in the brain, which can then be processed, if it's vision, by your occipital lobe. Amazing. The absolute threshold is the smallest amount of one sensory stimuli detectable 50% of the time. So a tick of a watch 20 feet away in a quiet room. I think there was another one I read that was like a whole chart of these. It was like drop a fly's wing on a cheek from like 2 inches away. I want to know who spent the time in a lab figuring all these out. Just noticeable difference, that's Weber's law. That's the smallest difference between two stimuli detectable 50% of the time. So think of it as absolute threshold. There's one stimuli. Can you pick it up? The second one, just noticeable difference. There's two stimuli. Can you tell the difference between the two? So your brain is always looking for change in stimuli. Subliminal perception is when your brain doesn't pick up on it. There is this whole thing, like, it makes it into movies a lot of times. That my kids were watching was the second Incredibles movie, right? The Screen Slayer, subliminal perception, controlling people. No, there isn't much evidence of that. Habituation, though, that's a thing. So your brain ignores unchanging stimuli, right? So like the feel of my shirt on my arm right now, I'm thinking about it, so I can feel it. But when I wasn't thinking about it, I was thinking about other stuff. Now, my skin may have still been sending the message, hey, there's a shirt on your arm, right? To my brain. My brain is like, not important. It's not changing. Sensory adaptation is when the sensory receptors respond less to changing stimuli. So there's an air filter going in the other room over there because I'm in the basement. I was ignoring that until just now, right? And my brain my ears actually just completely didn't send as much of a signal to my brain to even tell me that sound was happening. Again, it's the changing stimuli that your brain's going to pay attention to, and your sensory receptors will respond to, or if it's uncomfortable. So light waves. So brightness is the amplitude or height of the waves, okay? Color is the frequency or length of the wave. You can see in the picture right there. And saturation is the purity of the light wave. So if you're looking at like red, right? That means you got just red light waves coming off of that. The human eye is amazing to me. I mean, if you look at this thing, look at what it can do. I mean, you've got this, so you've got the aqueous humor, right? Got the cornea, protects it. Okay, but so light waves go through here, and this lens can self-adjust. I mean, can you imagine if we had glasses and contact lenses that could like no, like we got muscles moving that thing. And then it goes through, it hits the back of the retina, and then there's, again, there's a whole transduction thing that goes on in the back of the retina, which we'll look at more closely in a second. And then right here, there's this optic nerve, and you have a blind spot. And I've done this a lot. So like, I'm kind of at the point where like I can look straight ahead. And if I put my thumb in a certain spot, tip of my thumb disappears. That's where my blind spot is. I wish I had more time to talk about the blind spots. That's fun. Presbyopia is nearsightedness. So if like the eyeball is a little bit more elongated, it doesn't focus correctly on the back of the retina. Hyperopia is farsightedness. So it's when the eyeball is more elongated this way. Again, doesn't focus exactly on the right spot on the retina. So photoreceptors are the sensory receptors located on the back of the eye. Okay. Now, rods tend to pick up light and dark. Cones tend to respond to color. And I've got, so microsaccades, see, I'm a chronic mispronouncer. So sometimes I put the pronunciation on there for anyone who struggles like me. So tiny movements of the eye, these actually prevent the sensory adaptation of photoreceptors. So what it does is it keeps your eyes seeing. Because, you know, like I got the computer in front of me, right? Just because there's certain things on the computer that haven't moved, I still want to be able to see it, right? And you need to be able to see. So that actually keeps that changing stimuli in your eye, just little tiny movements. Night blindness is when a person has difficulty with dark adaptation, which is adapting to seeing in the dark. Can happen with vitamin A deprivation. It can happen with old age. So theories of color sensation. So trichromatic color theory. This is the theory that the retina has cones that respond to 3 different colors. Now, they don't have this theory because they've actually took a video camera to the back of someone's eye and said, oh, that one's blue, that one's red. It wouldn't like that. It's because light, if you look at this little wheel of colors, white light is made up of 3 primary colors. You've got green, red, and blue. So they just assume, okay, so since light is made up of those colors, you must have those 3 colors of cones, cones that respond to those colors. But after images. So they also have opponent process theory. And what that says is that there are 4 primary colors, red, green, yellow, and blue, and the cones are arranged in pairs, okay? And they think what happens is let's say you're looking at one color for a while, that cone kind of gets fatigued, and then the other one kind of takes over. So I'll demonstrate. In a second, I'm going to show you another slide, and then I want you to stare at this white dot right here in the middle. Just count slowly to 10. Keep staring at the white dot. If you just saw the American flag, you just experienced an after image. So some problems with the perception of color. You've got monochrome color blindness. This is no perception of color right here. The person has no cones or they're not working. There's dichromatic color vision. This is when just one type of cone doesn't work properly. All different kinds of color blindness. Could be red-green, could be yellow-blue. Color blindness is a recessive trait on the 23rd pair, so that makes it a sex-linked trait. Men are more likely to inherit it than women. Now the ear. So attention also plays a role in hearing, but first let's talk about how the sound waves move through here. So you've got the pinna, right? And so if you think about how your ears like all kind of bumpy, this thing is biologically designed to actually give you a sense of what direction sounds are coming from. So like, you know, in my classroom, I'll do this little demonstration where I walk around with 2 markers and I'll click them together. And I'll have the kids with their eyes closed and I'll have them point what direction I'm in. And I just walk around and I click and then they point. And they can all do it immediately. And I mean, think about that. Bumps on your ear. Help with that. That's so neat. So sound waves go in through this amazing pinna, down the auditory canal, and it hits the tympanic membrane. So a lot of times if someone has an ear infection, there's fluid buildup behind the tympanic membrane. And it obviously causing the sound to not go through as well, which can cause some hearing issues. So then the sound vibrates the part of the middle ear, right here, this the hammer, anvil, and stirrup, the ossicles. And then this thing goes right up against the oval window, and it causes the stirrup to vibrate and pass these vibrations through the cochlea, right? And there's auditory nerve right there, transduction, and the message goes to the brain. So the cocktail party effect. So again, you're hearing like all this sensory information, all these sound waves are going into your ear, right? But you don't necessarily fully process all that you're hearing. What your brain is listening for, and maybe your articular formation, right, plays kind of plays a role in this. So the cocktail party effect is when you're able to focus on a particular stimulus or filter out all other stimuli. So like if you're in a big group of people and someone says your name from across the room, not super loudly, and you happen to hear it, they're like, oh, wow, you actually heard that. I've had a couple students accuse me of having super hearing because I heard them say a bad word across the room. Like, no, it's just from working in a middle school, high school. So sound waves so the way they work is amplitude or volume. So like the height of the sound wave is how loud the sound is measured in decibels. Pitch or frequency is how long the sound wave is. So again, if you look right here, I like this. It shows that whales, I mean, look at how many, the range of frequencies that whales can hear, right? There's things that are such a low frequency, sounds that whales make that we wouldn't even pick up on the sound. And then again, some that are really high. Bats, right? They have a whole other place that they live in. And timbre is the richness or purity of the sound, right? So you hear someone has like a beautiful singing voice and they can hit just the right note. They might have a really rich or pure sound waves that they're producing. So some theories of hearing. There's place theory, which is what you see right here. And what this says is that pitch is perceived based on where the hair cells on the organ of Corti are stimulated. And so this works for moderate to high pitches. There's also frequency theory. And this says that pitch is determined by how fast the basilar membrane vibrates. This works for low pitches. You can see they're kind of combining a lot of these theories to explain hearing. And then there's the volley principle. So this is the auditory neurons fire in turns. And again, I mean, like, you know, this is one of those where like, okay, there's some people might think it's more about frequency theory or place theory, but you kind of got to combine them in order to get the full picture of how hearing happens. Now, hearing issues. There's conduction hearing impairment. This is the structures of the outer or middle ear don't conduct sound waves. So like right in here, hearing aids can really help restore some of that kind of hearing loss with the outer and the middle ear. Nerve hearing impairment is when there's a problem with the inner ear, the auditory nerve, or the auditory cortex. So cochlear implants can happen or help with that. It's actually a device implanted behind the ear that translates and sends signals to a receiver, which then creates an electric impulse, sends it to the auditory nerve. Tinnitus is a ringing in the ears, and that can happen with hearing loss. It can happen with an ear infection. It can happen with ear damage, but it's really annoying. I had a really bad ear infection a few years ago and definitely had some tinnitus. So synesthesia is when the senses blend. I'm just gonna let you watch this because they'll talk about it.
Imagine a world in which you see numbers and letters as colored, even though they're printed in black, in which music or voices trigger a swirl of moving colored shapes, in which words and names fill your mouth with unusual flavors. Jail tastes like cold, hard bacon, while Derek tastes like earwax. Welcome to synesthesia, the neurological phenomenon that couples 2 or more senses in 4% of the population. A synesthete might not only hear my voice, but also see it, taste it, or feel it as a physical touch. Sharing the same root with anesthesia, meaning no sensation, synesthesia means joint sensation. Having one type, such as colored hearing, gives you a 50% chance of having a second, third, or fourth type. 1 in 90 among us experience graphemes, the written elements of language like letters, numerals, and punctuation marks, as saturated with color. Some even have gender or personality. For Gail, 3 is athletic and sporty. 9 is a vain, elitist girl. By contrast, the sound units of language, or phonemes, trigger synesthetic tastes. For James, college tastes like sausage, as does message and similar words with the "ij" ending. Synesthesia is a trait, like having blue eyes, rather than a disorder, because there's nothing wrong. In fact, all the extra hooks endow synesthetes with superior memories. For example, a girl runs into someone she met long ago. Let's see, she had a green name. Deezer Green, Deborah, Darby, Dorothy, Denise. Yes, her name is Denise. Once established in childhood, pairings remain fixed for life. Synesthetes inherit a biological propensity for hyperconnecting brain neurons, but then must be exposed to cultural artifacts such as calendars, food names, and alphabets. The amazing thing is that a single nucleotide change in the sequence of one's DNA alters perception. In this way, synesthesia provides a path to understanding subjective differences, how 2 people can see the same thing differently. Take Sean, who prefers blue-tasting foods such as milk, oranges, and spinach. The gene heightens normally occurring connections between the taste area in his frontal lobe and the color area further back. But suppose in someone else that the gene acted in non-sensory areas. You'd then have the ability to link seemingly unrelated things, which is the definition of metaphor, seeing the similar in the dissimilar. Not surprisingly, synesthesia is more common in artists who excel at making metaphors, like novelist Vladimir Nabokov, painter David Hockney, and composers Billy Joel and Lady Gaga. But why do the rest of us non-synesthetes understand metaphors like sharp cheese or sweet person? It so happens that sight, sound, and movement already map to one another so closely that even bad ventriloquists convince us that the dummy is talking. Movies likewise convince us that the sound is coming from the actors' mouths rather than surrounding speakers. So, inwardly, we're all synesthetes, outwardly unaware of the perceptual couplings happening all the time. Crosstalk in the brain is the rule, not the exception. And that sounds like a sweet deal to me.
So that's kind of a theme, right? That we've been seeing crosstalk, right, in the brain. That's not the exception. They're kind of, in the video about the Wernicke's and the Broca's areas, they're kind of saying the same thing. So on to taste. So we talked about the energy senses, right? Or 2 of them. We talked about seeing and hearing. So you need light and sound waves. That's energy, right? That's what those particular receptors are picking up on. Now we're getting into our chemical sensations. So taste and smell, you actually need a chemical or a particle for those sensory receptors to pick up on. So gustation is the word for taste. Papilla, these are the bumps on your tongue. I know people call them the bumps on your tongue taste buds. Technically, it's the papilla. And the taste buds are the taste receptors, though. They are mostly on your tongue, though you have a few in other places on your mouth. There are 5 tastes, last I checked. Sweet, salty, bitter, sour, and umami, which is kind of like a meaty broth, kind of like a flavor. I don't know. I think comfort food. I love chicken soup. Super tasters are people who are super sensitive to taste. They have up to 20 times the normal number of taste buds. They sometimes can be picky eaters. Now, the sense of smell, very closely related to the sense of taste. You've probably noticed if you ever got a cold, right, and you couldn't breathe or you couldn't smell, your nose is all stuffed up, you might have also lost your sense of taste. So the olfactory receptors actually project cilia or hair cells into the nasal cavity. There's at least 1,000 different olfactory receptors in your nose. So a lot of different scents you can pick up on. Olfactory bulbs receive neural signals from the olfactory receptors. So, right, so here's where those chemicals come in. And then it sends message to the sensory cortex. So this is where a little bit of bad news is if you smell something yucky in the air, like a skunk sprays or food is rotting. Yeah, that is little particles that are going in your nose. Sorry to tell you that. The olfactory bulbs bypass the thalamus. Okay, so that sense of smell, all the other sensory receptors, whether it's touch or taste or sight or hearing, those go to the thalamus. Remember that thalamus is the part of the brain. I like to think of that as like the triage nurse. The triage nurse is like in the emergency room. They first bring in the patients. Okay, you got to go to the OR. Okay, you got to go to a waiting room. The thalamus sends the messages right to where it needs to go in the brain, but the olfactory bulbs bypasses that. Now your body senses. So the kinesthetic sense is the location of body parts in relation to each other. You have receptors in your muscles, tendons, and joints. Your vestibular sense is movement and body position. The semicircular canals are actually in your ear, and they play a role in balance. Sensory conflict theory is why some people get motion sick. Like I can't read in the car. Like my husband could be driving and I can't even look at my phone. I start to feel sick. But my daughter can read in the car. She's fine. But it's that the eye, they think it's that the eye messages are conflicting with the sensation in your vestibular senses. And so like, when let's say you're getting onto a boat, right? You might feel a little bit like, oh, or if you've been on a boat for a while, then you get off of a boat and then the ground feels like it's moving, right? So skin senses and the perception of pain. Gate control theory is the theory that pain signals go through a gate in the spinal cord. So somebody who, like, let's say they need to have surgery on their leg, they might get what's called a spinal, which actually blocks the message of pain from going to the brain. Substance P for pain, naturally, is a neuromodulator that activates neurons to send their message through those spinal gates. SIPA is a genetic condition where a person does not feel pain. As you can imagine, it can be kind of dangerous. I mean, someone could be walking along, break their ankle and not know. So they have to be very, very careful. On to perception. Gestalt principles. You got a whole bunch there. Okay. And remember, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. So it's what our brain does to make sense of all these little things, right? So let's say we've got, I like this one, closure. So, we'd say, oh, I see a square there. A gestaltist would say, no, there's not a square. What your brain is doing is making sense of the space here and using the principle of closure to make it look like there's a square. Contiguity is not actually a picture. It's when two events that happen close together, we perceive them as being related. It could be this thing made a noise and that thing made a noise and they're not related at all, but we perceive them as being related. It's almost like an unconscious assumption. So top-down processing is when we use existing knowledge to shape our perception. So for example, if you look at this picture right here, right, the image on our retina is not of a rectangular door if you're looking at this one, but we still perceive it as a rectangular door because in our head, we have kind of mentally rotated that image to say, okay, it's actually a rectangular door. Bottom-up processing is when you take the smaller details and build to a fuller perception. So it's what if you just look at the details themselves, then build your understanding of what you're looking at. Depth perception is achieved. You can actually, even just with one eye, you can have some depth perception. Linear perspective helps, right? So if you're looking off into the distance, then you've got interposition. So kind of like overlapping. height in a plane. If something's higher up in the picture, you assume it's farther away. You got light and shadow. You've also got relative size, and then texture gradient. So stuff that's closer doesn't look like it's as smooth. So these, again, cues for depth that they can be used with one eye. There's another physical depth monocular cue. That's the changing of the shape of the lens. Remember, we're talking about that with the eye, where the muscles move your lens so that you can actually focus what you're looking at. And it actually sends a message to the brain of the fact that you are focusing on something, even just in one eye. Depth perception with binocular cues, so with two eyes, that's binocular cues. This is how we can have three-dimensional vision. So let's say you're going golfing, right? The picture on the left, I don't like golfing, but let's say somebody does, right? And they are trying to measure the distance, right? Between the, how far they're going, which angle they're going to go. They got their thumb up and they're aiming at the flag, right? If they focus on their thumb, they see two flags. They focus on the flag, they see two thumbs. It's because you got two different eyes in different locations, seeing different things, sending that message to your brain. And what you focus on, your brain puts that together and creates a 3D image. There's also convergence. That's where the eyes focus on a particular object and actually rotate in the sockets. And Torsten Wiesel and David Hubel have a theory that we actually have critical periods for development in the visual cortex. They actually put eye patches on cats and found that if it was the cats were young enough and they had the eye patch on there for long enough, they didn't develop very good depth perception, and they would the cats would try to jump on a chair and fall off. It was sad to watch the video clips. I didn't add that one. Visual illusions. When our brain tries to put these images together, it can get kind of fun. So our perceptual set is what makes us sometimes more susceptible to illusions. So for example, if this picture bothers you, right here, it's called Devil's Trident. Look closely at it. If you look closely at it, you can see doesn't make a lot of sense, right? A lot of people raised in Western cultures would struggle with this, but they did a study where there were some folks from, more of an Aboriginal or like an indigenous group, hadn't been around as much of the types of buildings in Western cultures, and they were like, "Can you draw this picture?" And they were just like, "Yeah, sure, just lines." And but people from Western cultures were like, they can't make sense of the image. It bugs them. And they have trouble copying it. Here's another one. If you perceive this one as being longer than this one, then again, likely you are influenced by the perceptual set of being raised in a Western culture, because you almost picture this as being like a corner that's far away rather than a corner that's closer to you. But this line and this line are actually the same length. This is the Mueller-Lyer. The moon illusion, if you are perceiving this moon as being bigger than this one, they're actually the same size. They think that might be because our brain is taking into account these other things and in the foreground here, and making us think the moon that's closer to the ground is closer to us. Then this one's rotating snakes. If you make it bigger, it works better. It's not working very well on my screen, but if you actually blow that image up a little bit, it kind of looks like it's rotating. All right. It's been 2 hours. Wow. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. Go ahead, grab a snack, run to the bathroom, and YouTube tells me this has relaxing music. So listen for the relaxing music. Hopefully it actually is relaxing. I don't know. It might depend on your perceptual set. And once you hear the music stop, 5 minutes, we'll get started again. All right, we're back. All right, so time for Unit 4. We're heading into Psych of Learning. Yeah, it's still me. I got really sick of the static that my hair was getting in my face, so up it goes. All right, classical conditioning. Got to start with that. So learning means a change in behavior due to practice or experience. Classical conditioning has to do with learning a reflexive response. So Ivan Pavlov, he's a Russian physiologist. He was studying digestion in dogs, and he discovered classical conditioning. He was training dogs. He actually was able to train dogs to drool at the sound of a metronome. The pictures always put in bells, but he tended to use a metronome. And if you look right here, he found that if he played the sound of a metronome before feeding the dogs, what would happen was in their heads, they began to think the sound of the metronome was announcing food. And so after a while, they acquired, this is acquisition, they acquired a response to the sound of the metronome. Now, what if he started playing the metronome and didn't give them any food? Well, then he saw the dogs experience extinction, right? And then they stopped drooling at the sound of the metronome. Now, what if he took a break and just didn't play the metronome for a while? Well, if you suddenly play the metronome, they might be like, oh, food this time? A little bit of drool, not as much as the last time. And then, of course, extinction if you don't bring food to follow up the metronome sound. So here's the parts of classical conditioning according to Pavlov. You've got the unconditioned stimulus. That's what naturally causes a response. It's not conditioned. It's not taught. It's just there. Dogs, they see food, they drool. Of course, in this case, unconditioned response. This is a reflex response to the unconditioned stimulus. So again, dogs don't need to be taught to drool when they see or smell food. The neutral stimulus, it's neutral, doesn't actually cause a response. That's when you still call it a neutral stimulus. But once the dogs learn that this thing is announcing the food in this case, now it's a conditioned stimulus, okay? And the conditioned response, once it's a response to something that they were taught to respond to, it's conditioned, all right? They're now taught to respond to that thing. Here's another example of classical conditioning.
What's up, guys? I'm Andrew Daughters, and today I will be conducting Ivan Pavlov's experiment on classical conditioning. So today, I'm going to be conditioning my older brother, James, and hopefully by the end of the experiment, he will flinch in response to an alert sound on my cell phone. In classical conditioning, the unconditioned stimulus causes the unconditioned response. Then a neutral stimulus is paired with the unconditioned stimulus. Then the neutral stimulus alone causes a response. Initially, I will use an alert sound from my phone as a neutral stimulus to get an unconditioned response. Then for the next few trials, I'll use this unconditioned stimulus of the ball hitting my brother to get an unconditioned response. Next in the experiment, I'll attempt to make the neutral stimulus of the alert sound from my phone to get the exact same reaction as the paper ball being thrown at my brother through classical conditioning. After each alert sound, I will throw one paper ball at my brother. Let's have a look. You want attention? You trying to get attention? Dude, I'm trying to get this done by midnight. I have like 20 minutes. Dude, stop. Did you see that? It actually worked. The conditioned stimulus of the alert from my phone received the correct conditioned response of my brother flinching. Thanks, Ivan Pavlov.
Yeah. Brothers. So, stimulus generalization is when an individual responds to something similar. So say that instead of that same phone alert that he was making, let's say his watch alarm went off and he thought a ball paper was coming, right? Stimulus discrimination would have been if he knew the difference and didn't respond. So now conditioned emotional responses. That is learning to emotionally respond to a stimulus. John B. Watson scared a baby. If you see in the GIF here, so the way he did his experiment is he first introduced this little guy, little Albert. Feels so bad for him. That mask would scare me even without conditioning. But you know, had little Albert like, oh, cute little rat. Albert's not scared. But then he did a loud noise when the white rat was around, and now all of a sudden Albert thinks, oh, this white rat means a loud sound is coming, and would cry at the sight of a white rat. Okay, can't watch that video forever. Now, cognitive expectancy is also an important part of classical conditioning. So this has to do with expectancy, right? So cognitive expectancy in classical conditioning, there's the Rescorla-Wagner model. I'll be honest. Okay. This video clip, I think they do a really, really good job explaining it. Sorry if it's too much.
I'm so gonna fail this human learning exam.
Moonbeam, what are you having trouble with?
Oh, Professor, that risky hour theory with the weird formula. It looks so complex.
Oh, you mean the Rescorla-Wagner model? The one that says the amount of learning that will occur in any one trial depends on how surprising the unconditioned stimulus is?
Right. That's starting to sound a little easier to grasp.
Don't worry, you'll get it. Did you know I've been taking karate lessons? Watch my kick.
Okay. You. That was a surprise.
Great, you've just learnt my kick comes with something aversive. In fact, you've learnt about 2/3 of the maximum you could. Let me show you another kick.
If you have to. Why did that not surprise me?
Let's see if I've got one more kick in me.
No, please, Professor, don't. I know what's going to happen, and, well, it really isn't pleasant.
Trust me, it will help you learn the theory. There, it looks like you've learned the theory of how the element of surprise affects how much you learn in any one trial.
What? How?
As the kicks progressed, your rate of learning diminished, because the smelly unconditioned stimulus wasn't as surprising. So want to see some of my other karate moves?
No. Sorry, I've got to run.
So, yeah, sorry if the noises are a little much for some of you, but I don't know. There's something about farting toys, man. For some of us 40-year-olds, farts are still funny. But bodily noises aside, it really did show cognitive expectancy, right? I mean, I don't know. Maybe my favorite part of the video is her kind of like mechanical response. Oh, that was a surprise. It's when I snorted my water. But it really does show. At first, she's surprised. Oh, didn't see that coming. But then she did, right? It was an aversive stimulus. She didn't really want to hear that again. She expected it to come after the karate kick, right? So expectancy, right? The role of cognition in conditioning, whether operant or classical, is kind of key to understanding it. Conditioned taste aversions. This is when you get a little bit into the evolutionary side of things. So all it takes is getting sick from a consumed substance one time. This actually happened to my friend in middle school. I mean, okay, so like I said, I'm 40. And so this was, gosh, we were 12, 28 years ago. She ate a hot dog and got food poisoning so bad, she ended up in the hospital with an IV. She still can't even go near hot dogs. One time. All it took was one time. And that they think that's due to biological preparedness. And that's the theory that some responses are more quickly learned than others, especially if that particular learning could play a role in survival. Because think about it. I mean, you eat a food that makes you sick or a substance that makes you sick. What if it's poison? Your body wants you to not eat it again. John Garcia gave lab rats a radiation that made them sick after consuming a sweet substance. And after that, they wouldn't eat the sweet substance. It wasn't even the sweet substance that made them sick, but they still wouldn't go near it. Again, that cognitive expectancy when it comes to a conditioned taste aversion, really, really strong. It's almost like a biological response. And antabuse is a medication that has been used to treat alcoholism using this theory, because if someone takes that medication, if they're struggling with alcoholism and they have a relapse, the alcohol make them very violently ill. So there's a good chance maybe they won't drink again. They won't even have a desire to. So operant conditioning. So now classical conditioning is involuntary behavior. Operant conditioning, we're getting at voluntary behavior. So you can see this in this little GIF here, this rat in a Skinner box. He is very voluntarily pushing on a lever and getting, you can see a little pocket right there. He's getting a little pellet of food. And that is a primary reinforcer. So that fulfills a basic need. So think food, also touch or thirst. A secondary reinforcer is associated with primary reinforcers. So like money, gold stars, that you might get in the classroom from a teacher, right? Those, if you could trade those in to get something like food, right, or a pizza party, that makes it a secondary reinforcer. Edward Thorndike had a very common sense law that he came up with, the law of effect. And it was, if an action is followed by a pleasant result, it will be repeated. So he put cats in puzzle boxes and watched how long it took them to figure out how to escape. And so they were kind of hungry. So they were like flapping again, flopping against the side of the cage and ended up hitting a lever. And clever cats figured out how to hit the right switches and the right levers and figured out quicker and quicker, if you look right here, how to get out of the puzzle box to get to the food. So schedules of reinforcement, if you look here, so there's a few different ways you can reinforce behavior. There's a variable interval, and that's like, you don't know how, it's based on the time, but it could be like, you reinforce like after 5 minutes and then maybe after 45 minutes, right? It's a variable amount of time. And you get and they tested this with rats, like remember the rat with the lever? And so they found that if it was like, after 3 pushes on the lever or 7 pushes on the lever, he pretty steadily kept, the rat kept hitting the lever. Well, if it was a fixed interval, let's say it's every 5 minutes. Well, they found this scalloping effect. So the rat would kind of slow down hitting the pellet lever or whatever, and then they would just like really start slamming on the thing when it got closer to when they knew the food was actually going to come out. Fixed ratio. So let's say it's every 5 times they hit the lever. They keep a pretty steady pace. But what if it's variable ratio? What if it's like every 2 times and then 5 times, and then that rat was slamming away at that lever? And so if you think of it, this is like maybe the most addicting schedule. So think lottery tickets, right? Or in casinos, the slot machines, those all work on variable ratio, because look how much they can keep people responding and how quickly. So reinforcement versus punishment, right? Reinforcement is a behavior you're trying to increase. Punishment is a behavior you're trying to decrease. So say, let's see, when I was, true story, when I was trying to prepare these slides, put them together, my kids were running around screaming. It was really, really loud. Now, I just, kind of ignored it. But let's say like I wanted to, that was a behavior I wanted to stop, right? So I would use a punishment, right? So if I were going to use a positive punishment, that doesn't mean it's something they like. What it means is that I add a stimulus, right? So if I say to them, you guys have so much energy. How about you go and clean the bathrooms, and you go fold laundry, and how about I add a responsibility, and so if I did that, that would be adding an aversive stimulus. They don't want to do that, right? But it would be to get them to stop screaming, right? Running around with their energy and screaming. Now, if I were to remove a pleasant stimulus, I would say, okay, you are not going to get dessert after dinner if you don't stop running around screaming. That would be taking away something they like. So negative in that case means removing, okay? Now, how about reinforcement? Again, positive means to add, negative means to remove. So let's say it's report card time, and report cards have come home, and I want my kids to get A's, right, on their report card, right? So if I say, I'm going to give you $5 for every A you earn on your report card, that would be a positive reinforcement. If I were to say, let's say I'm like really against them getting C's or anything C or below, right, on their report card. If I were to say, okay, I'm going to take away your phone, or I'm going to continue to nag you, right? Or I'm going to keep, if there's something that they don't like, right? If I'm going to nag them, right? Then okay, fine, I'll get the good grades, right? That would be a negative reinforcement. Take away, a punishment, take away they want the punishment to go away. They want the nagging to go away, right? So the role of conditioning on behavior modification. So applied behavior analysis is using learning theories to change behavior. So token economy, this is used, elementary teachers everywhere use this, right? Like, you get I mentioned the gold star, right? That's classic. And then you can earn something. Timeout is a mild form of negative punishment involving removal from the attention of others. True story. In our AP psychology textbook, I'm not making this up, they had this chapter on training a cat. So I decided to try it. We had just gotten a cat, and here she is. Her name is Julie. This is our bathroom, and this is me. Now, you have to use shaping or successive approximations, okay? And so what I did is I actually got it to where we put kitty litter in a bowl in the toilet bowl. I thought it was going to be a huge mess. It wasn't. And we had actually trained her slowly from, first using the litter box right next to the toilet. Then we lifted it up slowly. Each couple of days, we'd put another book under it, and get it, and then put it on top. And then we actually got her to go to the bathroom in the toilet bowl, in that bowl with kitty litter in it. Okay. But where it all fell apart was this part. You can see I'm trying to get the cat they have to I don't know, they have to kind of squat over the bowl. Because otherwise, once you remove the bowl and you remove the kitty litter, they're going to fall in the toilet and that's it. You're done. Right. But I work. I wasn't home all day, all night, able to keep an eye on when she was there to try to get her to, be able to keep her feet on the rim. It just failed. So we ended up with a regular litter box in the basement, but I did try. Hopefully that taught you about shaping. Edward Tolman, he studied rats and latent learning, and he had 3 different groups. First group, he rewarded with food every time, and they learned the maze, got to the cheese, the food at the end. Then there was a group that he just put them in the maze, and they kind of wandered around. And then he suddenly put food at the end, and then all of a sudden, they suddenly showed that they knew the maze and found their way through. I mean, they went from here to here. This is like no food, all of a sudden food. And what that showed was latent learning. While they're wandering around, they're actually learning their way through the maze. And once they had a motivation to show it, they could show it. The rats were never rewarded with food, sort of learned the maze, but never really had a reason to show how quickly they could get to the food. Latent learning, if you're driving around and you, let's say you drive past a gas station, right? And you've never actually been to that gas station, but you know where it is. That was latent learning. So learning that happened without reinforcement. Some more learning. You've got Wolfgang Kohler. He studied chimps. I suddenly get how to get the bananas. It's a sudden perception of relationships. Like the light bulb goes on, the aha moment, the riddle makes sense. Learned helplessness. Martin Seligman. This study makes me uncomfortable. He shocked dogs, and he would not let them escape. And then he found that, and the shocks hurt. Like the dogs got pretty upset. And then he found that after he shocked them for a while and they had no way out, he found that even if they were given a way out, they wouldn't escape anymore. They would just sit there and huddle and whine. Made me so sad. And he called that learned helplessness. And so you can see the application here. I mean, when they talk about people who are in maybe abusive relationships and they don't leave, this whole but there's ways out. Why don't they? So kind of similar to what he found in his study. And so this actually led to a lot of really excellent findings in positive psychology, but the study is so sad. So learned helplessness, it's the failure to escape a situation because of previous failures at escape. Albert Bandura did his Bobo doll experiment. This is observational learning. It's the learning of new behavior through watching the actions of others. There's also, remember, AMID. When you think of observational learning, attention, memory, imitation, and desire. So all those things have to be there. And if you remember the Bobo doll experiment, a model came in and an adult would beat up on the Bobo doll and then leave, and then the kid would beat up on the Bobo doll. There's also vicarious conditioning. This is becoming classically conditioned by watching someone else. I don't know. I feel like I always see this at the playground. Like one kid starts screaming and then they all just start screaming, whether upset or just excited. Instinctive drift is the tendency to revert to instincts or genetically inherited patterns of behavior. So I read an article where people gave cotton candy to raccoons, and raccoons, they dip their food, right? They dip their hands in water instinctually. And even with the cotton candy, it would dissolve and they couldn't make themselves stop. So they never got to eat the cotton candy. Pigs root in the ground. Dogs bark. You might have heard my dogs barking. Who knows at what? It's just an instinct. You tell them to stop and they won't. Okay, another chance to give your hippocampus a minute. Give your brain some oxygen. Just look at the pretty trees for a second. Just take a second. Maybe get a drink of water. Oof, I don't know about you guys, but I feel my blood pressure go down when I take a deep breath and I look at nature. All right. So remember Joyce? Practice FRQ question. We're going to do another one here. She's got a 5-year-old son named Liam. Joyce has an upcoming meeting with the school psychologist because Liam has been struggling in school. He's been getting up and moving around when he's supposed to be sitting down, speaking out of turn, and failing to attend to his studies. So how might each of the following be playing a role in Liam's struggles with the school? And also, what might be some potential interventions recommended by the school psychologist? So remember, definition and application. I'll give you 6 minutes to plan out what you think you might put.
Got about 30 seconds left. Finish your final thoughts. How might you answer this? Definition, application. And remember, my samples are just samples. Lots of different ways you can answer these. All right, so the frontal lobe. The frontal lobe is the part of the forebrain that's responsible for critical thinking, focus, and inhibitions. If Liam's frontal lobe is inactive or not functioning as it should be, Liam might be struggling with controlling the impulse to speak out of turn, as well as attending to his studies. You could go into more detail. You could give specific examples of behavior, but notice I applied it to the specific behavior components that apply to the frontal lobe. Presbyopia is nearsightedness. If Liam is unable to see the board in his classroom, this may be frustrating him to the point where he is unable to remain seated in his chair. Glasses may help Liam improve his vision and focus on his teacher's lesson. Now, just so you know, I don't think you, because it was an and or, right, with suggestions to help Liam, it wasn't an and. Right. So I put the glasses in there because I felt like it really solidified my answer. Right. I did both, but you wouldn't necessarily have to if it was an and or kind of a thing. Token economy is the use of secondary reinforcers to modify behavior. So the school psychologist might recommend that Liam's teacher give Liam a gold star. You tell I like that example. For every lesson that he remembers to stay in his seat. Every Friday, if Liam has earned at least 5 gold stars, he can trade them in for a treat. Now, I didn't want to put sugar, right, like candy, because that might like completely undo the impulsive behavior, right, that sugar high. But notice I did put that you have to attach, it's a secondary reinforcer, right? So you have to attach it to a primary reinforcer or just some kind of a thing he can trade in the gold stars for. That's part of token economy. It's a token, right? The gold star might not necessarily mean anything unless it's connected to something that's a primary reinforcer. So make sure you have that on there if you see that. All right, Unit 5, cognition. There's a lot here for this one. I feel like this unit's kind of heavy. So like metacognition, right? Like thinking about thinking. It's pretty abstract. So there's research that we actually store information in our minds in the form of mental images. And I feel like this is kind of, some of this is kind of new. They're definitely sorting out a lot of things in this particular unit that they're like, we think that's how it's done. Because if you think about it, I mean, I know I got a picture of a rotating mental image, but it's not like you put a video camera on someone's head and see that rotating mental image, right? You can only guess based on what they tell you about what they're thinking, what they're actually thinking. So when they call it the mind's eye, right? So our brain takes stored information and sends it to the visual cortex, and it actually fires up, just like if we were getting information from our eyes, which is amazing. Like we really do create, it really is like a mind's eye. We're actually creating a mental image without even using our eyes. Humans appear to be able to mentally rotate images. So Coslin's Island is one of the ways they studied mental images. They told people, okay, imagine walking from here to here. And then they time how long it took them. And then, okay, imagine walking here to here. And they time how long it took them. And what they think is that these people were actually mentally creating an image that actually matched the size of what they saw on the page. So how people organize information. Concepts are categories of ideas. Formal concepts have like rigid rules. So think like a rectangle, right? Natural concepts are concepts formed from experiences with less strict rules. So think vehicle. A prototype are concepts that are typical.
or the first that come to mind, right? So like, for example, animal, if someone says animal, what's the first animal you think of? I'm probably going to think of a dog because barking dogs are like the soundtrack of my life. Okay. Prototypes can vary though, depending on one's culture and life experiences. So say someone tells you to think of a tree. If you live in Florida, you might think of a palm tree. If you live up here, you might think of an oak tree or a pine tree or something, you know, native to the area of which you live. So it can really depend on your life experiences. Problem solving is figuring out how to reach a goal, right? So there's a lot of ways to do that. There's trial and error. So let's say you're going to the store for milk, and if you were to check every single item, like pull everyone off the shelves, it would take you forever, but you'd find the milk. Algorithms are a step-by-step formula. So I always think of like math problems. And let's say you have a complex or multi-step goal, sometimes creating sub-goals. When I was in college, when I had to write a psych paper or a history paper, especially if it was a longer paper, I would, okay, well, on what day am I going to do this? Am I going to finish the research or, you know, make my sorting cards, right? So you break it down into sub-goals that can help. Insight is when you suddenly see the solution. So, for example, let's look at the riddle right here. You go at red and stop at green. What am I? I'll give you 15 seconds to decide what it is. You go at red and stop at green. It's a watermelon. Anybody get it? So heuristics are like mental shortcuts. Oh, but by the way, I should mention, when I said watermelon, anybody go, oh, right? Light bulb goes on. That's insight. Okay, anyway, heuristics. That's like a mental shortcut. So back to, oops, typo, not the diary section. That should say dairy section. Sorry about that. So let's say we're going back to grocery shopping, right? Narrow down your search. Go to the dairy section if you're looking for milk. That's a heuristic. The availability heuristic is when you use the most easily recalled information to make a categorization. Problem solving. So there's functional fixedness. That's only thinking about items in terms of their typical uses. So I found this really cool picture of people who definitely overcame that. Interesting uses, right? Things I never would have thought of. So a mental set is the tendency to use the same problem-solving strategies that worked in the past. Creativity is not that. It's the opposite. It's thinking about solving problems in new ways. Divergent thinking, if you read the Divergent series, right, you can see why they use that term. It's new ideas and new ways to solve problems. It's overcoming functional fixedness. So another true story, problem. What could you use to hold jewelry if you don't have space for a jewelry box? I actually had this problem. We didn't have enough room for a dresser. So I was trying to figure out where I was going to put my jewelry. And I found this at a garage sale. It's actually, some people like travel and buy like those decorative spoons. This is actually a rack for decorative spoons. And so I bought it at the garage sale, took it home, painted it with like that chalk paint, and then it's mounted on my wall. And yeah, that's my jewelry. This is like a little necklace my daughter made for me in kindergarten. I don't have much jewelry, but it's on my wall instead of on a dresser. So memories, how are memories formed? So there's actually a physical change in the brain. It's called an engram or a memory trace. And the information processing model looks at how the brain takes information. So it actually has 3 stages. I'll just come up there. Encoding, storage, and retrieval. So encoding is when the brain makes the information storageable. And then storage is when the brain stores the info in varied places, depending on the type of memory that it is. And retrieval is when the brain brings the information out of storage and uses it. So remember I mentioned this earlier, the parallel distributed processing model is that multiple processes are happening at once. Right now, you've got sensory memory happening, right? You've got visual memories, you've got auditory memories in iconic and echoic, and those are entering your brain right now. And while that is happening, you are also processing in your short-term memory, and your hippocampus is hopefully filing away in your long-term memory as much as humanly possible from tonight, right? So let's talk about sensory memory for a minute. So iconic memory is visual memory. It lasts a fraction of a second. I don't have time to show you this video, but there's a couple cool YouTube videos about the iconic memory test with the partial report method. It's like it plays a certain tone after it flashes a certain row, it flashes the grid on the screen, and you have to remember which row based on how quickly they played the tone. I mean, it's literally a split second. I Google that if you have a chance. But echoic memory, this is memory of sounds, and this lasts a little bit longer. So this is why, like, I do this to people all the time. I feel so bad. I'm walking down the hall at school, and I'm deep in thought, and someone says, you know, hi, Mrs. Prinzi. And because I'm deep in thought, it doesn't register until, like, I always feel so dumb, but they're already way past me, and I'm like, oh, hi, like, you know, and then there's that decision. Should I say hi? Should I not? But that delay, right? I was focused on something else, but I still had the echoic memory for a few seconds. Sometimes, like, you know, I see this a lot with, like, people are on their phone, right? Like they're scrolling on their phone, and then you'll say, like, hey, what do you want for dinner? Huh? What? Oh, spaghetti, right? So new sensory input is always quickly overwriting previous input through a process called masking. You are getting so much sensory input at once that you can't possibly focus on it all. And we'll talk about that in a second. Photographic memory is the rare ability to see an image again, straight from memory. So a friend of mine who is a pharmacist was telling me once, there was a guy in his pharmacy school program that used to make him so mad because, you know, my friend and his buddies, they don't have photographic memory. So they'd spend like 8 hours studying for these big exams. But this one guy who had a photographic memory could just be like, flip, flip, flip. And my friend said during the exam, he'd look at his friend and his friend would be reading behind his eyelids. Like, that's a photographic memory. It's very rare. Short-term memory is what makes it out of sensory memory into what you're doing right now, right? So like working memory is what you're using, the information you're actually using. It lasts about 30 seconds depending. George A. Miller did something called the digit span test. So he called the magic number 7. Have you ever noticed that phone numbers are 7 digits long, right? And so we can remember like 7 items plus or minus 2. And then after that, we start not being able to remember. So there's like this bottleneck of information, right? So much sensory information, your brain filters out a lot of it, but then some makes it into short-term memory. And I think of it as like right now, it's like having files on a table. Like that's the short-term memory, the working memory. That's what I'm working with right now. Now, if I'm going to take that and put it in a filing cabinet, the filing cabinet is like long-term memory. It's there. I can get it if I need to, but I'm not using it right now, right? So how do we get information into long-term memory? Every AP student wants to know. So maintenance rehearsal is just like rote memorization or repeating something over and over again. It doesn't work very well. Have you ever noticed, this is kind of mean, but if like somebody's counting and then you like start saying random numbers while they're counting, you totally mess them up. Yeah, maintenance rehearsal is not super effective. Chunking helps. Again, notice like, you know, phone numbers, you got those dashes in there, right? Same thing with social security numbers, right? It actually helps remember the numbers a lot more easily. Elaborative rehearsal creates deeper meanings with information to make it stick. So that's why the ABCs is put to music, right? Acrostics, really, really helpful. I will never forget the main causes of World War I. And it's not just because I'm a US history teacher. It's because it's in an acrostic. Militarism, alliances, imperialism, nationalism. Also, with math, right? If anyone learned, please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, or for this science classification system, right? King Philip came over from Great Spain, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. I think I got that right. I'd have to write it out. But either way, right? Here's an acrostic. You can remember these things. I don't remember much from high school. It's been a long time, but I remember those things. So some types of long-term memories. There's these implicit memories. These are really resistant to decay. Think muscle memory, right? I always do this demonstration for my students where like I get a piece of string and I do Jacob's ladder, right? And I don't remember who taught me how to do that. I couldn't even tell you the steps, but my hand muscle memory, right? And you guys who are athletes and play sports, you know what I'm talking about. Episodic memories tend to be autobiographical. So they're the memories about our lives. And so those tend to fade first. Really fascinating study. So there's this thing called the Tower of Hanoi. It looks like a little kid's toy, but it's actually a puzzle. And maybe you've seen this before, but what you're supposed to do is get all of the rings stacked onto C in order of size, largest one on the bottom, smallest one on top. And you can only take one ring off at a time. Then you got to put it on one of the poles. And you can't put a larger one on top of a smaller one. Now, I mean, it's not a super complicated puzzle. You might need some time to figure it out. But what they did is they took this to a bunch of people with dementia and showed them how to do the puzzle. Came back a few weeks later, and the people who had dementia didn't remember learning how to do the puzzle. They didn't remember these people, but they could do the puzzle still, right? I mean, if you think about like the people with Alzheimer's, dementia, a lot of times they don't know their names. They may not recognize people in their family, but they can still walk. They can still tie their shoes. They can still feed themselves, right? Those procedural memories are much more resistant to decay. Semantic network model of memory theorizes that you actually store information that is more related closer together. For example, if I'm already thinking about birds and someone tells me to describe a canary, I'll be able to think that much more quickly than if someone suddenly asks me to describe a shark. And they think that that is proof that where we store information about sharks in our head is farther than when we store information about canaries in our head, or at least to the concept of birds. Again, it's based on how quickly people answer. They don't have video camera on the brain cells or anything. So how do we remember retrieval cues that stimulates remembering? So encoding specificity is the connection between the stored information and whatever your situation is. And there's a couple different kinds. There's context-dependent learning. So that's learning something in a specific context. So for example, if you've seen the movie The Lion King, Simba needs to remember who he is, right? He's the son of the king, Mufasa. And so the familiar face of Rafiki helps him remember because he has this like intense memory of a child being held up by Rafiki with the thingy, right? Well, state-dependent learning, that's connecting information to a particular physical or emotional state. So going back to Simba, he was very sad. Like he saw his dad, and it made him sad and deal with kind of these emotions he had when his father died, right? But again, remembering that emotional state helped him remember his identity and who he is, right? So a lot of times we'll connect memories of things with the emotional state or with our surroundings. So it's context and state dependent. Recall is information retrieved with no cues. So what kinds of questions on a test are recall? Did you say essay? As long as there's no documents, we're not talking DBQs, you'd be correct. Recognition, that's info retrieved by matching available info with what is stored in your memory. So what kinds of test questions are recognition? Did you say multiple choice? You are correct. Serial position effect is when you remember what's at the end and what's at the beginning of information better than what's at the middle. This is why in business school, they'll tell you when you go for a job interview, go at the beginning or the end, because they'll forget you in the middle, unless you do something crazy. That might not be a good way to be remembered, though. Privacy means first. Recency means last. So recency, most recent. Primacy, you're first. They don't have other information interfering. That's why we keep taking breaks, by the way, to give your brain a minute. So it doesn't all kind of lump together, right? So you have lots of stops and starts. Tip of the tongue is the worst when you can't remember someone's name. It's the worst. Notice the GIF. She didn't look happy. So really important findings here. Oh, flashbulb memories. Yeah, we talked about that a while ago, right? Remember that the amygdala fires up with all that emotion. It fires up the hippocampus because they're kind of connected. 9/11, everyone in my generation knows where 9/11. My parents' generation, it's everyone knows where they were when they heard Kennedy was assassinated. But so that consolidation, that formation of long-term memories, long-term potentiation. So this is actually the changes in the dendrites, or the numbers of receptor sites and sensitivity of synapses. So this is what makes those memories more accessible. But when it comes to making memories, it's really important to remember that process of recall, retrieval, not always super solid. Elizabeth Loftus explains it really well. I'll let her do it.
is Elizabeth Loftus, and I am a professor at the University of California, Irvine. I teach psychology and law, and I study human memory. And specifically, what I study is not what most people think of when they first hear the idea of memory. They first think that you're studying memory problems, people with Alzheimer's or people who have difficulty remembering names. But I study the opposite. I study people who remember things that didn't happen or remember things differently from the way they actually occurred. So in one of the paradigms that I've used for studying memory, what we do is we show people a simulated crime or an accident, and then we might try to deliberately feed them some misinformation about what they experienced. So they might see the car go through a yield sign, and we suggest to them that it's a stop sign. And what happens when people are exposed to this misinformation is sometimes they will adopt it as their own memory and become convinced of it. So they'll now tell you, I saw a stop sign. They might be confident about it and detailed about it, even though it's a distorted detail. Then what we did is to see just how far you can go with people. We tried to plant entirely false memories into the minds of people for things that didn't happen. And we were able, through the power of suggestion, to convince people, for example, that they were lost in a shopping mall when they were 5 years old, that they were frightened and crying and ultimately were rescued by an elderly person and reunited with the family, all through the power of suggestion. So what these studies showed, and not just studies done by me and my research collaborators, but many other scientists around the world, is that memory is malleable. It doesn't work like a video recording. You don't just record the event and play it back. The process is much more complex. And the take-home message from all this is that just because somebody tells you something with a lot of detail and confidence and emotion, it doesn't mean that it really happened.
So, false memory syndrome. How does that happen? It's because memory appears to be constructive. So it feels so real, right? But memory is not like reading off of a piece of paper. It's like building blocks, like you see in the picture. Constructive processing is when we actually take bits of memories and we piece it together and form that memory. That's why it's so easy to slide fake stuff in there. And especially under hypnosis, when someone's super in a state of being really suggestible, absolutely, memories can be planted, and it's happened. The misinformation effect is when misleading information can enter the memory, impacting accuracy. And so, if you ever heard of Monday morning quarterbacking, right? Or if there's somebody who's like, this happened a couple times, like with Super Bowls, like when somebody, when the underdogs win, I always hear some people like, oh, I knew they were going to pull it off, and I'm like, well, you should have said something earlier because it's just hindsight bias, otherwise, right? They don't like it when I say that, so I stopped. So forgetting. Decay is the fading of memory traces due to disuse. So if you heard use it or lose it. Anterograde amnesia is when new long-term memories can't be formed. So I think of it as like antero, after. You can't remember something after. Retrograde amnesia is the failure to remember past information. So like retro, think retro, past. Encoding failure is when the information just wasn't processed into memory. An example of this is infantile amnesia. So your hippocampus isn't fully formed until approximately age 2, which is why you don't remember stuff before that. So like, I'm actually kind of thankful for that. I mean, I watched my kids go through teething, and I'm glad I don't remember that. I mean, they had fevers. I mean, that's like running noses. That just seems stressful. Or like, gosh, I mean, I'm really glad I don't remember being born. Or like potty training. And better not to remember some things. So Hermann Ebbinghaus, he studied the curve of forgetting. He actually studied nonsense syllables, didn't make it meaningful, like the opposite of elaborative rehearsal. And what he found is he forgot stuff, right? Really, really fast. So elaborative rehearsal, right? What every AP student wants to know. How do I get it in my long-term memory? Distributed practice, multiple multiple sessions. So kudos to Fiveable for having lots and lots of CRAM sessions available, right? Also, you're studying in your own time, right? I'm sure. And also make it meaningful, elaborative rehearsal. All right, intelligence. So Charles Spearman, he focused on a couple different kinds of intelligence, general and specific intelligence. Sternberg, he had his triarchic theory of intelligence. He said there was analytical, creative, and practical. So the creative is like problem solving, analytical is like more like the academic kind of problem solving, and practical intelligence, it's kind of like your people skills or your street smarts. And Howard Gardner, next slide. We talked about him a lot in my education classes. They really want teachers to be aware that everyone has different kinds of intelligences, right? Whether it's kinesthetic or musical or existential, interpersonal. When I was in high school psychology, there were only 8 of these, but they added one since then. It's the existential one. So all different kinds of intelligences, and that's why they kind of tell us to like shake things up, right? Like don't always teach in exactly the same way, so that kids have the opportunity to, kind of use all their different forms of learning and intelligence. Speaking of crystallized intelligence, so this is like knowledge you got of just straight facts, right? And this kind of grows throughout your whole life. Fluid intelligence is like the thinking on your feet. So like solving puzzles, thinking in new ways, learning new technology. This is why a lot of times the more seasoned generations will get really frustrated with technology sometimes, because, the ability to kind of like be adjustable in your thinking, that's fluid intelligence. And that, we get older, we get kind of set in our ways. IQ. So Alfred Binet, he created the concept of mental age. And Lewis Terman also used this formula of mental age divided by chronological age times 100. That is the formula for an IQ for the Stanford Binet tests. David Wexler, he made tests for specific ages, because the IQ test, if you kind of think about the math there, it only works until about age 16. So they used a lot of like verbal measures, also some like kind of like spatial measures, as you can see, like with shapes to show reasoning. So test construction. One of the questions you got to ask is the test valid? Does it measure what it's supposed to? Is it reliable? Do the tests provide consistent results? So if you keep giving the test to people, you keep getting similar results. Standardized, has it been given to a representative population that it's supposed to evaluate? It uses the normal curve with standard deviations, which we talked about. And is the test culturally fair is a very important question to ask. Because if you think of who's writing the test, it might be that someone from a different cultural background might get a lower score, not because they lack intelligence, but because the test is not as accessible to them. And so that's a really important question to ask. The Flynn effect is this, they haven't really explained why, but there's like this rise in standardized test scores over time. Now, being outside of the middle range, so an intellectual disability is below a 70 on a test with a standard deviation of 15. It's at the mean is 100. It's about 1% of the population. They used to say developmentally delayed, but now it's intellectual disability. Gifted is above 130. Genius would be above 140. And you can see the percentages really go down of the number of people who score in those standard deviations. And Lewis Terman did a study with over 1,500 gifted children and found they were not more susceptible to mental illness or adjustment problems. So really important longitudinal study that kind of debunked that myth about geniuses not being socially adept. There were criticisms of this study, though. There were some demographic issues. He also got involved personally in the kids' lives. I mean, you can hardly blame him. I mean, some of those kids were in abusive homes and he had a way of getting them out, but that is still interfering with the results. But again, he had a heart, right? The study is still considered very important. So language, keep an eye on the time now. So grammar is the rules and structure of language use. Phonemes are like the basic sounds that was referenced in our synesthesia video. Morphemes are the basic units of meaning. Syntax is the system for combining words to make phrases, whereas semantics are the rules for determining meaning. Pragmatics are the rules and niceties, so like please and thank you, taking turns when speaking, my students call me Mrs. Prinzy, etc. Intonation is the use of tone, and so there's some languages that use tone more than others. Some of my very good friends speak Mandarin, and I don't speak any Mandarin, but they've told me a lot about how changing the tone of the word completely changes the meaning. But you don't find that quite as much, say in English. So big debate between Piaget and Vygotsky. The big debate was what comes first, the thought or the concept. So Piaget thought that concepts come before language. You get the concept and then you kind of get words for it. Whereas Vygotsky said that, no, I think language develops concepts. More studies seem to be backing Vygotsky. So there's also been some studies with animals and language. So a lot of times communication based on instincts for animals. Kanzi the chimp was able to use some words, but he never was able to get syntax or grammar. All right, we are at the 3-hour point. So do what you got to do. Take a 5-minute break. See you in a couple minutes. right, time for Unit 6. I just realized potty break. You guys might be a little old for that one. Sorry about my mom speak. All right, so Unit 6, Developmental Psychology. The nature-nurture debate, right? That is pretty central to a lot of the conversations. How much of our behavior or who we become is based on our genetics? How much is based on nurture, how we're taught to be? You can see, right, there's going to be a debate there, like think between the biological perspective and the behavioral perspective. So behavioral genetics, this is the study of how much behaviors do to inherited traits. DNA, so we're going to cross with AP Bio a little bit here. 2 long strands linked with amines in a pattern. And genes, those are the sequences of amines on the rod-shaped chromosomes. Humans have 46 chromosomes. They're arranged in pairs, so 23 from mom, 23 from dad. And the 22 pairs are called autosomes. 22 pairs are called autosomes, excuse me, and the 23rd are the sex chromosomes. So, XX would be female, XY, male. And then dominant traits are the ones that, if you've got a dominant and a recessive, the dominant one's going to show up. If you have 2 recessive, then the recessive will show up. So some genetic disorders, there's sickle cell anemia. That's when red blood cells struggle to carry oxygen. Tay-Sachs progressively destroys neurons in the brain and spinal cord. It's a recessive trait. So like, let's say you have one parent who is a carrier. Then, there is the possibility that, 1 in 4 chance that child could have it. Down syndrome is the 21st pair, and the symptoms are wide set eyes, intellectual disability. Klinefelter's is when the 23rd pair has actually 3 chromosomes, so it's XXY. It ends up being a male with reduced masculine traits. Turner syndrome is when the 23rd pair only has 1, so and it would be just the X chromosome and female who is short, infertile, and underdeveloped sexually. So a couple things here. Monozygotic twins are when 1 egg fertilized by a sperm and then divides into 2 genetically identical embryos. Dizygotic twins are when mom, the ovaries pumped out more than 1 egg, 2 eggs in this case, and they get fertilized by different sperm. So they're actually, fraternal twins are basically siblings in the uterus at the same time. Monozygotic twins will share a placenta, whereas fraternal twins each have their own. And so there's some critical periods. If you look at like the red bars on this chart, that's when that particular aspect of the fetus or embryo can be the most impacted by teratogens. So much development's happening there. So if you look, like there's a central nervous system, heart, eyes, teeth, etc. So teratogens,
well-known harmful teratogens.
Sorry, teratogens are any substance that can harm a fetus or embryo, and they do a good job here in 57 seconds.
Are viruses such as the flu or rubella, alcohol, nicotine, prescription drugs such as antidepressants, or radiation. It's interesting that all of these are particularly dangerous during certain periods of prenatal development. Viruses have a major impact early on in pregnancy, but not so much towards the end. Specifically, if a mom gets the flu between month 4 and 6 of pregnancy, the risk of schizophrenia increases for the child later in life. Now, the odds only go from about 1% to 4%, but it's a significant increase. In addition, nicotine exposure from maternal smoking can lead to low birth weight or even stillbirth. So this shows that the developing brain is really vulnerable to both environmental stimulation and toxic chemicals. That's why prenatal care is so important to a developing fetus.
So once the baby's born, some reflexes that are there. Well, first of all 5 senses except for vision are present. I mean, vision they can see, but only about this far, which actually, if you think about it, is as pretty much to a person's face when they're holding the child. So rooting, it's really cute. You kind of like stroke the side of their face and they're like nom, 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 like food. It's like this reflex to find a nipple, right? Gripping. So I've seen so many people go up to a newborn and be like, put their finger there. Oh, the baby's grabbing my finger. It's a reflex. Toe curling, kind of like touch the bottom of their foot and their toes curl. The Moro or startle reflex. So let's say someone's setting a baby down, on a bassinet or some kind of a carrier, and the baby startles. It's like their arms kind of go like this. And the gallant reflex is, the infant kind of curves towards the side of their back that's touched. They kind of look like a fencer. So once as the baby begins to grow, there's some certain motor milestones that pediatricians are always looking for. So there's, the rollover motor milestone, about like anywhere from like 2 to 5 months. Support, some weight with legs, you can kind of hold them. They can sit without support. They're starting to kind of like build that, core muscle coordination, standing with support, pulling self up, and then walking using furniture, standing alone and walking. And that's when caregivers really got to pay attention, because man, they're there and then they're there in like 2 seconds. And I don't know. I had one kid who could be falling down the stairs and falling out of a chair at the same time. I don't know how she did it. So Piaget is cognitive stages of development. We've got the sensory motor, pre-operational, and concrete and formal. So sensory motor is like they're developing object permanence, and I'll show you a really cute video of that in a second. Pre-operational, that's when they start being able to use conservation, which again, I'll show you in a minute. They don't have it at that point, but they will in concrete operational. And then formal operational is when you can start thinking abstractly. So in this little guy, we don't have time to watch the whole video, but this dad is going to demonstrate object permanence with cucumbers and his little baby.
Here, action. Would you like it? We're doing human development science experiment. Would you like a cucumber? How good's your memory? The cucumber's here. Where did it go? Where'd the cucumber go? Where'd the cucumber go? Okay, we're just gonna. I know. It's not a trick question. Where's the cucumber? It's interesting. Did you get distracted? That's not. That's not the cucumber. That's disgusting. That coconut was disgusting when I ate it. Where'd the cucumber go? It disappeared. Is it under here? Is it under here? Or is it out of your ear? Oh, under here. Where'd the cucumber go? Where'd the cucumber go? Okay. Is it under here? Oh.
Okay, we're not going to watch that guy keep teasing that absolutely patient baby. But to be honest, my favorite part is the mom who's like, okay, whatever, I'm still making dinner, kind of gives him a side eye. Like, anyway, but notice, right, this adorable little baby, so happy, cucumber, yum. Oh, well, that's interesting. I guess I'll eat the top of the coconut. Sensory motor, they sense everything with their mouths, right? So that's how they figure out what it is that they're looking at, is with their lips. Yeah, even the outside of a coconut. Now, once, and by the way, object permanence or lack of it is why playing peekaboo is so exciting with these little guys, right? Because they literally think that, like if you're behind a paper, you don't exist anymore. So it's like this magic trick. Every single time you suddenly exist again when they see you. Now, let's move on to the pre-operational phase. What I want you to look for in this video is this word right here, centration, okay? Focusing on only one feature of the object. Watch this little guy, he's so cute.
Rows of quarters. Okay, does this row have more quarters? Does this row have more quarters, or are they the same?
The same.
The same? Okay, now watch. Now, does this row have more quarters? Does this row have more quarters, or are they the same?
That one has more quarters.
That one has more quarters?
Yeah.
Why does that one have more quarters?
Because it's stretched out.
Because it's stretched out?
Yes.
Okay, so how many are in this room?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, how many are in this room?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So, are there more in this row, or are they the same?
The same.
The same?
Yeah.
So cute. So, right, she asked, why are there more in this one? Because it's stretched out. So he's only focusing on one feature, right? The length of this row of quarters. A couple other things about the pre-operational stage. Assimilation is when a child understands new things using schemes they already have or schemas they already have. So like, for example, like when my kids are really little, we always had a dog. So every four-legged animal was a dog. So my in-laws have horses. So we go to my in-laws' house and they'd be like, big doggy, right? No, right? But it was so cute. Egocentrism is when they can only see the world through their eyes. So another thing my kids would do when they were about this age is they'd be looking at a book and, Mommy, what's this word? Well, I'm over there, right? I'm on the other side of the room. I can't see the word, but they don't understand that. Like, Mommy, what's the word? I don't know, honey. I can't see it. Like, I'm just being mean. Like no, they cannot comprehend that I can't see the world the exact same way that they do. That's egocentrism. And conservation is the understanding that altering an appearance does not change its mass or volume, like the case of the line here, the quarters. So, and then concrete is when you start to understand, you can't fool those kids, right? And then we talked about formal operation when you're thinking abstractly, like, what is the U.S. government? It's in 3 branches. Now, Lev Vygotsky, another debate between Piaget and Vygotsky. Piaget tended to, when he focused on child development, he focused on kids' interactions with objects, while Vygotsky would focus on interactions with people. And so Vygotsky had the theory that scaffolding, this is when a teacher provides decreasing amounts of supports to a learner. But he had what's called the zone of proximal development. So this is what someone can do on their own. This with some extra help, with the help of a skilled teacher, they can do more. But even with the help of a skilled teacher, sometimes there's things that just kind of go beyond us, right? So he said, he looked at the value of having a skilled teacher, and it could be a peer, or it could be an actual teacher. Language development in children. So we've got the babbling stage, da, 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 ma, ma, ma. The one-word stage and a whole lot of meaning behind one word. No, mine, yes, hi, right? Whole sentences communicated in one word. The 2-word stage, hi, doggy, more, please, right? And then telegraphic, and then you get to the later multi-word stages. They do think there's a reproductive lag, and that's that young children tend to understand more than they can express. Maybe that's part of where the terrible twos frustration comes from. And autism spectrum disorder is a delay in language, social skills, and behavior. So a lot of times at screenings for kids, like, at the pediatrician's office, they'll be checking for, is there a language delay? Are the kids using words, putting words together by, age 1, age 2, etc. Because sometimes it is a symptom of autism spectrum if they're not. And child-directed speech is the style of speaking caregivers often use with young kids. So in terms of social development, a few different kinds of parenting here, right? There's the authoritative, which is, there's high expectations, yet there's still a relationship, right? There's support and connection. Whereas with authoritarian, minus the relationship, but lots of demands. Undemanding, permissive parenting, a lot of times where people use might be spoiled. So the relationship's indulgent, right? Not many demands on the kid, but parents are supportive. Unsupportive and undemanding, just basically absent parent. Not so much there, not involved. Mary Ainsworth studied attachment. So then there's secure attachment, then there's some insecure types of attachment. So the way they do this study is caregiver and child come to the lab, and they, they get comfortable, start playing, and this is the age is important here. This is at the separation anxiety stage, so maybe 11 months to a year and a half ish, and so this is the stage when there's a lot of attachment to a caregiver, right? And so caregiver leaves, kid gets upset. Caregiver comes back. Now, here's the important parts, the reunion. So how does the child respond? Are they able to be comforted? And are they upset, when the caregiver leaves? And a child who is upset when caregiver leaves and is comforted when caregiver returns is understood to be securely attached. Now, there can be some confounding variables, which is important to keep in mind. So baby temperaments, for example, some babies are just easygoing, right? I've seen some kids who they go play, mom and dad could just be hanging out and they're not attached to their leg, right? But then you get some kids that are slow to warm up. They might just be uncomfortable no matter what. Or, then there's difficult babies who just, it's their own personality. It's not necessarily how they were parented, right? Maybe they have colic, right? There's a lot that can, maybe they have reflux, right? There's just a lot that can be part of that. So it is important to keep that in mind and maybe not judge quite so harshly. Then imprinting. So Conrad Lorenz. So imprinting theory is when baby animals, particularly ducks apparently, form an attachment to a perceived caregiver. I feel like this isn't the best imprinting situation, but that duck is not letting that cat get more than 2 inches away. Harry Harlow studied, I'm only going to watch a little tiny segment of this video, but he studied this study's so sad, separated infant monkeys from their mothers and found that when these infant monkeys were given the choice, they opted to cuddle with the soft covered cloth over the one that provided food.
Let me show you a monkey raised on a nursing wire mother. Now here are 106's 2 mothers. As you can see, it was weaned on a wire mother. Here's baby 106. Watch. He's going to the wire mother. He's got to eat to live. Oh, he's going back. He's back on the cloth mother, and he'll stay on the cloth mother. Actually, this baby spends 17 to 18 hours a day on the cloth mother, and less than 1 hour a day on the wire mother.
So
let me show you
Harry Harlow's theory is that actually showed love and attachment and the importance of comfort. It's really sad is when you see the videos of the babies that weren't given a cloth mother at all. They have some very, very sad behaviors, rocking back and forth, inability to attach and parent once they grow up. Sigmund Freud had his psychosexual stages. He did think that things had to do with sex. And so he had the oral, anal, phallic, latency, and genital stage. A lot of the psychoanalytic, students of his kind of broke away from thinking that it all had to do with sex. Erik Erikson was one of those. He believed that relationships had a lot more to do with development. So, and this is a pretty important theory to know, is the psychosocial stages. And so just, spend some time looking at this. I don't have a ton of time to go over it in great detail, but this in particular, the crisis, what it is, that we need to be accomplishing according to Erikson at these stages. Now, there are some criticisms. He did tend to study middle class, white people, but again, he thought that development, again, more to do with social interactions than sexual development. So adolescent development, there's the self-concept, the image of yourself that you are developing right now. This is what Erikson says, identity versus role confusion. Puberty, body becomes ready for reproduction. There's the development of the primary and secondary sex characteristics. Then there's the personal fable, right? That feeling of uniqueness, being misunderstood. The imaginary audience, like, I got a pimple on my face, everyone's watching me, right? But, and maybe people did notice, right? Maybe there's a couple mean kids who said something, but honestly, most of the time, most of the, other adolescents around you are more worried about their own pimples. But it's that feeling, right? That everyone's watching me. Trust me, when you're in your 40s, it gets a little easier. By the way, note on parent-teen conflict. Adolescents want more independence, but they often do tend to agree with parents on major issues. It's like more like the, what clothes you're going to wear, music you're going to listen to type things that there tends to be more conflict about, but especially, wanting some independence. And this isn't saying that all parents and teens agree, but on the whole, more than I think a lot of people thought. Kohlberg's moral stages of development, the pre-conventional, which is like, deciding what to do, what's right or wrong based on, am I going to get in trouble for it? Conventional is what's everyone else saying? What are the rules? And Post-conventional is, I've kind of got, my sense of what's right and wrong, and I kind of operate based on that. A lot of criticisms here, though. I mean, again, he did not study a wide demographic of people, mostly white middle-class males. And it definitely, he came to the conclusion that more men reach post-conventional than women. And so, a lot of women psychologists took issue with that. So some theories of aging. There's cellular clock theory. It's that cells have a limited number of times that they can reproduce. That's why we age. There's the wear and tear theory. Bodies, organs, and tissues, they just get tired. They just get worn out. There's also free radical theory. So there's free radicals, unstable electrons bouncing around the cells can cause damage. Maybe this is why cancer rates go up. But staying active really does help counteract a lot of the discomforts. I really like this GIF because it's got moving waves. So pause for a second. Take a breath. Let your hippocampus fire. Let your sympathetic nervous system calm if you were getting stressed. Let your parasympathetic nervous system take over. Hopefully you're still awake. It's been almost 3.5 hours. Try to breathe. Nice and slow. Brain needs oxygen. All right. Unit 7. We're getting there. So motivation, emotion, and personality. I don't know about your AB Psych textbook, but this is like 3 chapters in one for us. So there's intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, right? So there's the intrinsic is like, we do something because we enjoy it, right? Extrinsic is I want to earn that thing. Intrinsic, obviously, you've probably heard, tends to be a little more powerful. So what are some other motivations? So there's instincts, right? Inborn patterns of behavior, where we have a lot of this forebrain, right? Much bigger prefrontal cortex, so we can counteract those instincts, right? Like we're not like a raccoon. We're not going to like dip our cotton candy in water, right? We're going to know it's going to melt it, so then we'll just eat it. A need is a requirement for survival, another motivation. Drive is attention caused by needs. So if you're hungry, that causes attention, so you get food. Homeostasis is the body maintaining a steady state. So you eat food, you're now satiated, and then you're going to move on with your day, right? But if you eat too much, your stomach hurts. So you stop eating, right? So your body can digest and you get back to that happy medium. Drive reduction theory is basically what I just described, right? Behaviors motivated by reducing tension. You want to aim for the homeostasis. So there's primary drives, so those are the survival needs. Secondary drives, those are learned through experience. There's McClellan's motivational needs. So the need for power, need for affiliation, need for achievement. He kind of says like everyone's got a different association of those. Some people need affiliation more, and that's what drives them. Some need achievement, some want power. And then there's the fixed versus growth mindset. So think like internal locus of control versus external locus of control. There's different arousal theories. So there's the stimulus motive. That's, somebody who, curiosity, right? Being our motivation. Sensation seekers are people who tend to need more intense and varied stimulation than the average person. My husband says I'm one of these because I really, really enjoy skydiving. He does not. Yerkes-Dodson law is the right amount of arousal improves task performance. So in other words, if you're bored, you're not gonna be able to pay attention. If the task you're trying to do is too difficult, you're not gonna be able to do it because you're too nervous, or you're just gonna kind of get some learned helplessness and quit, right? That you want it to be challenging, but not too challenging, right? Incentive approaches look at the power of incentive, so the external reward, not the need for arousal. So again, right, it focuses on different aspects of what drives us. By the way, giving extrinsic incentives can ruin intrinsic motivation. Let's say there's somebody who's doing something because they enjoy it, and now all of a sudden, someone offers to pay them to do whatever the job is, right? And what happens if they get paid less to do it all of a sudden, right? I don't know. Let's say it's like, someone enjoys fixing cars, right? Now they're getting paid to do it, and then they get paid less. All of a sudden, they'll lose their motivation. Maslow, very important theory here. This one, we talked a lot about this one in teacher college too, because you've got this hierarchy of needs, right? So in theory, according to Maslow, you need to meet the deficiency needs first, and then you can meet the higher ones. So the application for teachers is, if we have students who are hungry or who don't feel safe, they're going to have a hard time learning things academically, right? They're going to have a hard time focusing. But there are some criticisms to this theory. You've got the Mother Teresas, right, who were scared, who or in dangerous situations. I mean, she's pulling people off the streets of India and bringing them to her makeshift hospital in the middle of the night, right? She's still able to, that's transcendence, right? She's still able to reach those top rungs, even though all of her deficiency needs aren't necessarily met. So it doesn't really account for that. And he also only studied Americans. So hunger is another motivator. The ventromedial hypothalamus that stops the hunger eating response. The lateral hypothalamus is involved in the onset of eating. They've actually taken some deep lesioning wires and zapped those things in rats. When they destroyed the ventromedial hypothalamus, it actually stopped rats from it actually can cause them to keep eating. So they got super, super huge. And the lateral hypothalamus, they've actually zapped that in rats as well, and that caused them to just not eat until they starve to death. Insulin lowers blood sugar, comes from the pancreas. Leptin is a hormone that they're starting to research that more. It lessens appetite. And the basal metabolic rate, this is the rate at which you burn calories when you're at rest. Okay, so not when you're playing sports, if you're just kind of sitting around all day. And that decreases as you get older. So, something to keep in mind. Weight set point is the weight the body maintains. And there's maladaptive eating patterns, anorexia nervosa, bulimia, binge eating disorder, right? Anorexia nervosa is the reducing of eating till the weight gets below healthy levels. Bulimia is cycles of binging and purging. And then binge eating disorder is there's no purging, but it's uncontrolled eating episodes where large amounts of calories are consumed. So emotion. Remember the amygdala, sympathetic nervous system, that plays a role in expression of emotion. So there's the 6 universal emotions there. And, when it comes to, in particular, when you think of the brain functioning, right? When the amygdala is fired up, when we're in a fight or flight response, our brain uses this thing called the low road. And basically it's like the survival parts of our brain, like the hindbrain, those tend to, in the limbic system, those tend to fire up. But when we're relaxed, when we have positive emotions, positive feelings, hence the pictures of the water and the beach, that's when we can use the higher road, right? It's a little slower, but that's when our sensory cortex, our prefrontal cortex start to kick in. Again, our more critical thinking areas, which is why I keep trying to get us to relax, because we can think a little more deeply. Now, these theories of emotion takes a little bit of practice just to kind of get these squared away. By the way, shout out to some of the students who, during the FRQ CRAM session, I had the James Longa theory switched and they caught it. You go, students. So common sense theory, right? Stimulus, conscious feeling, autonomic arousal. Basically, it's like what comes first, right? Or is there some subcortical brain activity that happens there? Again, lots of different competing theories. That always kind of tells me, do they really know for sure if they have so many competing theories? But chances are pretty good they're going to ask you about one of them. I wish I had more time to go into every single one. There's also facial feedback hypothesis, which is the theory that when you smile, when you frown, it sends some messages into your brain that says, oh, this is what you're feeling right now. So it's almost like the feeling starts with your face, right? Then there's general adaptation syndrome, or GAS. They really need a new acrostic. But this is the body's response to stress. So stressor occurs, body's resistance, right? So this is the fight or flight mode, but it can only last so long. It's very taxing on the body. You really metabolize, and unless you get that chance to rest in the exhaustion phase, the chance of sometimes people even pass out is possible. So that's what, again, shows why it's so important to make sure you have those times where the parasympathetic nervous system can take over and let your body recover. So Kurt Lewin's motivational theory, he looks at different types of choices. So you got approach, conflict, choosing between two good things, avoidance. It's like the no-win situations. You got to choose between two things you don't want to do. Approach avoidance is when you got to choose whether or not you want to aim for a goal that's got positives and negatives, right? Maybe it's, studying for your exam. You want to get a good grade, but it's going to take you some time, right? Double approach avoidance is when you got two alternatives, both have positives and negatives, right? So do I want to go to this place for dinner? Or do I want to go to this place for dinner? Next one is multiple approach avoidance. Think junior, senior year of high school. I told my AP students, I will not be asking you what your plans are after high school because they've told me I don't want to talk about it, right? There's so much to think about, so many choices. Don't want to talk about it. Also, the unconscious mind. So remember Freud, of course, who can forget him? So there's the id, right? That's that unconscious, those drives, the unacceptable things that we try to stuff down, right? So we have all these defense mechanisms. There's the subconscious, the things we could be thinking about, but we're not right now, in the unconscious. And he says that also plays a role in personality. So there's also Carl Jung. Heard his name pronounced Jung as well, chronic mispronouncer. So he says we have our personal unconscious, person's fear, memories, urges, just your own personal, right? Then there's the collective. He says we kind of like have almost like the species memory, and you can see it in like patterns and folk tales amongst multiple different cultures that are out there. Projective tests are a tool that psychoanalytic theorists or psychologists use. There's the Rorschach ink blot. They're trying to get at what's under the surface that you're stuffing down. And it's going to come out in what you see in the pictures. And they have this whole way of analyzing it that I don't have access to because I think you have to pay a lot of money for it. And I'm not trained in that particular thing. The TAT test is when a client gets these ambiguous pictures and they write as much detail as possible. Like the more the merrier in terms of detail, the more they can work with. And then they'll tell you what you have really going on under the surface that's trying to get out. Carl Rogers, the humanist, says that we've got our real self, which is who we actually are, and our ideal self, who we wish we were. And the more congruent those are, the more at peace we are. The more, who we really are doesn't match with who we wish we were, the more discomfort we're going to have. And there's also the trait theorists. I have one example here, the big 5 personality traits. So we're talking acrostics, ocean, right? Openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. A lot of times the way personality with trait theorists is assessed is with these questionnaires or personality inventories. You can see there's also the Myers-Briggs over there on the right. And they're usually true, false, or agree, disagree type questions that assess feelings and patterns of behavior. So I'm going to do another practice question. I just taught my 7th grade class, 7th grade American history, about Harriet Tubman. So this is what I was thinking about when I was trying to come up with a question. And this came out of a conversation we had in class about Harriet Tubman when she was helping enslaved people escape. I showed them a couple scenes from a movie. And we talked a little bit about her, what her childhood was like and how she had a traumatic brain injury that caused episodes of narcolepsy. So when I was writing a question, this is what I thought about my conversation with my 7th graders and how we applied psychology to a real person in history. So you can go ahead and, again, 6 minutes. Go ahead and plan out. Remember, definition, application. All right, about 30 seconds left. Finish your final thoughts. I don't know that you'll actually be asked to write an FRQ about a historical figure. This is just, you're getting a history teacher and a psychology teacher, and it just all starts to blend. So yeah, a couple seconds left. Final thoughts. That was the alarm. All right, so narcolepsy. And again, remember, this is just a sample, okay? Narcolepsy is a condition in which a person will suddenly slip from being fully awake into REM sleep. Due to the head injury that Harriet Tubman suffered, she experienced episodes of narcolepsy. Tubman frequently needed to prepare the enslaved people whom she was guiding to freedom by giving them instructions on how to avoid capture when she was in REM sleep. That was, again, a conversation I had with my 7th graders, is how amazing that was. Next, double approach avoidance conflict. Double approach avoidance conflict is when a person must weigh the good and the bad concerning 2 different options or goals that a person may choose. When guiding enslaved people on the Underground Railroad, Harriet often had to make decisions about which paths to take and which places to stop. She would often think about the benefits and drawbacks of the options, keeping in mind the safety of the people she is guiding. And another example, Selye's general adaptation syndrome. So Selye's general adaptation syndrome identifies the process the body goes through when a person is in a stressful situation. Probably noticed I color-coded. Definition application. As she courageously faced the dangers of helping enslaved people escape to Canada, Harriet Tubman's sympathetic nervous system responded to the perception of danger known as alarm. While still in the dangerous situation, her body remained in a state of resistance as her system remained in fight or flight mode. Once the danger passed, her parasympathetic nervous system could take over and she could rest, known as the exhaustion stage. And I'm seriously like having to fight the urge to like break out into a history lesson about Harriet Tubman because I just think her story is absolutely incredible. It was a really, really great group of conversations I had with my students. So I'm going to give you guys a 5-minute break. Oh. And if this gives you vertigo, feel free to look away. And we're back. So we're coming up on our final hour, and wow, already it's gone fast. So we've got left Unit 8, Clinical Psychology, and after Unit 8, I'm going to pause, and we're actually going to move into some practice multiple choice questions. I mean, multiple choice questions are pretty straightforward, right? It's like pick one of the choices. So I really wanted to make sure we got the practice FRQ ones in there first, because that's the more, that's the more intense application. But yeah, so Unit 8, then some practice multiple choice questions, then Unit 9, and hopefully we'll have some time for a few more practice multiple choice questions. And then I think that'll take us to the finish line. All right. Unit 8, Clinical Psychology. So the DSM-5 came out relatively recently, recategorized some of the diagnostic categories. So, so some early psychology treatments and theories about disorders. Yeah, so trephaning, I've seen it also spelled trepanning, heard it pronounced a couple different ways too. Yeah, this skull right here. So it was actually like holes drilled in the skull, and if you look at some of these skulls, like you can see they've started to heal, which meant the person was still alive when they did this. The theory is that drill holes in the skull, it'll let out the evil spirits that are causing the mental illness. But yeah, the fact that people survive that procedure. So spiritual exorcism. So there was the theory that mental illness was demonic possession. That I can't imagine was pleasant. Burning at the stake, assuming they were witches. Mental asylums, which asylum technically means place of peace. These places were anything but. Philippe Pinel, if you remember the French guy who went in and like literally took the chains off of people in mental asylums over in Europe. Also, thanks to Hippocrates, there was the theory that mental illness was based on bodily fluids. So too much phlegm could make someone melancholic. Black bile can make, phlegmatic, just kind of like the, melancholic, black bile, sad. There isn't any black bile that I know of anyway. Yellow bile, choleric and sanguine, if somebody's too peppy, they have too much blood. So they would sometimes bleed open their veins. So, yeah, I mean, that was one of the early, theorists that was like, okay, so it's something biological is going on. I mean, instead of demon possession, right? But still led to some treatments that didn't help much. What is abnormal? So in order for someone to be diagnosed with a disorder, the behavior they're displaying needs to be maladaptive. So, or the symptoms they're experiencing must be maladaptive, which means it's getting in the way of their being able to function day to day. The behavior also needs to not fit the situational context. So remember that's kind of important to remember, is the context someone's in. Like remember Vygotsky, the sociocultural context, right? It's important to keep in mind that what might be acceptable behavior in one culture may not be in another. Symptoms that cause subjective discomfort. So if the person's really unhappy, emotional distress. And again, that cultural relativity, important to keep in mind when it comes to diagnosis and treatment. So another thing that comes up a lot is the pros and cons of labels. So one of the benefits to having a diagnosis or a label is that it can provide clarity and aid communication amongst healthcare professionals and allow for access to treatments. One of the cons, though, is it can lead to bias, stigmatization, and incorrect judgments. So David Rosenhan did a really interesting experiment here. I'll just let you watch the video.
A different kind of criticism, but one that's just as provocative, has been leveled by David Rosenhan of Stanford University.
Between 1969 and 1972, a group of colleagues and I gained admission to psychiatric hospitals. by faking a single symptom, which was that we said that we heard voices, and the voices said empty, dull, thud. The moment we were admitted to the hospital, we abandoned our symptom, and we behaved the way we usually behave. The question was, would anyone detect that we were sane? The answer was no. No one ever did. Admitted with the diagnosis in the main of paranoid schizophrenia, we were discharged with the diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia in remission. Now, in remission doesn't mean quite the same thing as sane. The term we use to describe the experience is dehumanized. Nobody talks to you. Nobody has any contact with you. The average contact of patients with staff was about 6.5 minutes a day. Nobody comes to visit. The first time I was in a psychiatric hospital, on an admissions ward with 41 men, my wife constituted 4 of the 7 visitors on a weekend. Psychiatric hospitals are storehouses for people in society whom you really don't want, whom you really don't understand, and for whom you've lost a great deal of sympathy. Staff need constantly to be reminded, and it's very hard to remind them. They are, after all, doing their best on the front end, but they need constantly to be reminded that the people who are their charges are not merely collections of symptoms. They are people with spouses, with children, with parents, with jobs, with mortgages and bills to pay, that they are, in the fullest sense of the word, very human and very unhappy.
So, he explained it perfectly. I mean, one of the problems with a label is, a lot of times these professionals can, have a hard time not seeing beyond the label. And he didn't mention this part, but there are issues with a lot of these places being understaffed, right? He said only 6 minutes a day, right, between staff and the patients. So, again, the labels can be helpful, but sometimes caregivers have to be very, very careful, or providers have to be very careful that they don't only see the label, right? They see the person behind it, that they have spouses, they have mortgages, they have lives, right? And then, of course, confidentiality is something that's very important to keep in mind for providers through HIPAA. Another thing is the term legal insanity. So the insanity defense, we had this conversation in my AP class about certain cases that people have used the insanity defense in a trial. So, for example, the sleepwalking defense. I don't know if you heard about this, but there were a series of list of people who've committed murder, and they claim they're sleepwalking. Like they're not. They have no knowledge that they did this. Another place where I've seen this used is in the phrase temporarily insane. This one, I've seen this more so in a couple TV shows where there's somebody who, in a case of like some serious distress, killed somebody, and not self-defense, but they, they've been like movies like Eye for an Eye, where somebody who has gone through something very traumatic has killed somebody, right? And so again, like what that basically says is the person did commit the crime. They did it. They admit to it, but they're not responsible because of their mental state at the moment, whether it's mental illness or something traumatic they're going through. So anxiety disorders. So generalized anxiety disorder is anxiety that's not tied to anything specific. It's just this tension and this stress experience and feelings of nervousness, trouble sleeping, nausea, sometimes dizziness, unable to focus. Not really tied to anything specific. Free-floating anxiety is a way to describe it. Panic disorder is when a person experiences panic attacks. It could be rapid heart rate, dulled hearing and vision, sweating, dry mouth, chest pain, a sense of like being outside of their body. Anxiety that is attached, okay? So like phobias, right? If somebody has a phobia of something. So true story, okay? I have a phobia of zombies. It sounds ridiculous, I know, but so when I was in college, I watched the movie 28 Days Later. Holy cow. Ever since then, if I even see a picture, like if there's like an advertisement for Walking Dead, or when that movie I Am Legend came out and there were advertisements, oh my goodness, all it would take is a second and I would wake up crying in the middle of the night. I mean, could I go see a therapist about it? I could, but as long as I don't see pictures of zombies, I'm fully functional, so I just don't do anything about it. But that could be an example of a mild phobia, right? There can be all kinds of things that people are afraid of. I read that the #1 phobia in America is public speaking, not death, right? Not claustrophobia, fear of small places, not fear of heights. I forgot what that one's called. Nope. It's fear of public speaking. That is the #1 phobia in America. But it could be a phobia of an animal, something in the environment, a situation, some kind of a medical treatment. There's just, if you Google it, there's like millions of phobias. Anxiety surrounding foods. We mentioned eating disorders already. And some of the signs and symptoms are dieting, obsessing with weight and dieting, picky eating. This is, obviously leaning more towards anorexia. And it can really cause some major health issues, stomach cramps, constipation, acid reflux, and some other ways that, the body kind of slowly starts to shut down. So it is important to get treatment. Obsessive compulsive disorder. These are obsessions are like the repetitive intrusive thoughts that a lot of times will lead to compulsions or actions taken to relieve that tension. So a classic example would be hand washing, like constant hand washing, fear of germs. And I don't just mean like because COVID, right? I mean like 300 times a day to the point where hands are bleeding and just completely when it's out of hand to the point where it's actually causing it's maladaptive, right? Some treatments are, sometimes anti-anxiety medication, sometimes antidepressants, because as we mentioned, especially the SSRIs, the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, if that increases the amount of serotonin in the synapses, that can help with anxiety or with depression. And a lot of times, psychotherapy combined with the medication, depending on the severity and on the individual, can help a lot. Stress disorders. So there's acute stress disorder. This is after a traumatic event. For 1 month, the person experiences, they kind of feel like disconnection from people and surroundings. They might experience anxiety, sleep problems with focusing. They might have nightmares, flashbacks. Now, PTSD is when there's these above symptoms for more than a month. And some medications that can help, in particular, with this one, it's the SSRIs, but also some of the minor tranquilizers that are treatments for sometimes free-floating anxiety. So Xanax, Klonopin, Valium, Ativan, and there's also some other things they've tried. I've been watching some documentaries about virtual reality exposure, especially for PTSD, for like combat veterans. There's also some other treatments, just some things to kind of bring down that sympathetic nervous system response, maybe systematic desensitization or yoga. And so some causes, right? So note the different perspectives here. There's some, societal expectations. So the sociocultural perspective, they might look at that. The biological perspective, they might look at brain structure, whether it's the actual structure of the brain or some things happening with neurotransmitters chemically. An isolated upbringing, so there's some nurture there as well, right? Parenting style, early traumatic event, observing others, so we've got some observational learning maybe, and then of course, genetics. Mood disorder, so affect is a word for mood or emotional expression, right? So major depressive disorder, that's someone who, what it can look like is feeling sad most of the time, very little joy in activities, sleep irregularities, feel very tired, some changes in weight or appetite, feelings of worthlessness and guilt, trouble focusing, and thoughts of death or suicide. There's also seasonal affective disorder. So in a lot of northeastern and even northwestern states, you see this a lot more because there's less sunlight. And so it literally is like some seasons of the year, people end up feeling a lot more depressed. And a treatment for seasonal affective can be one of those phototherapy lights. And so some treatments and some statistics about depression. So depression is the #1 leading cause of disability. It's also one of the most frequently diagnosed mental illnesses. And so medications, I mean, they used to use the MOAIs a lot more, but now more often it'll be the selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. So there's a few different kinds, Zoloft, Paxil, Celexa, Prozac. Those tend to be the most common ones. And, a lot of times people have to try and find what medication is the right fit. With the anxiety meds, the tranquilizers, those tend to work pretty quick. But with the SSRIs, the antidepressants, those take several weeks to kick in until the body can kind of adjust and okay, how does the person feel? And then a lot of times someone has severe depression, they will also want to, the therapist will also want to combine psychotherapy. So bipolar disorder, this is when somebody has like these really manic symptoms. They're really intense, they can't sleep. A lot of artists who have bipolar will be like super, super productive and like, not sleep for days. Like Beethoven was said to be bipolar, but then they'll have a crash, right? And then they'll be depressed and almost non-functional. And then of course the severity can vary. And sometimes people who are bipolar will get super, super cranky when they're in a manic state because they know it's almost like the time for their energy is limited. They're like, don't get in my way, right? Because I'm going to get depressed and then I'm going to crash. So there are probably the most common bipolar treatment that I've read about is lithium, but there's some other mood stabilizers. Sometimes they might use antipsychotics, also some talk therapy, psychotherapy, ECT, if nothing else is working, though. From what I've read, ECT does tend to be a last resort, more so for depression than bipolar. So some causes of mood disorder, again, look at the different perspectives, right? So learned helplessness, remember the experiment with the dogs, right? There's also sociocultural issues, right? Like circumstantial things with like poverty, discrimination. And then there's the physical aspects, right? So like brain chemistry, genetics. If somebody's getting is abusing drugs, that can also throw off their body chemistry, and maybe some other physical health issues. And again, circumstantial stuff. There can be lots of reasons for why someone's suffering from depression. And the prognosis is actually really good, especially if someone seeks treatment and they have a good support network. Now, dissociative disorders, really, really fascinating. It's like a split or break with reality or consciousness. Now, we all do this, okay? So, and I should mention, one of the things you got to watch for, if you haven't heard, is psychology student syndrome, which is where you read about these, you're like, oh my God, that describes me. And then you start thinking you have a mental illness, right? Most of the time, that's not the case. We all have off days, okay? So I'll give you an example of dissociation that happens quite regularly to people. If you've ever been driving in a car and it's a regular route you normally take, maybe you're listening to a podcast, maybe you're listening to music, right? You're just thinking about something, and then you get to your destination and you're like, oh no, I don't remember driving. Like, I know I drove, but I don't remember driving like at all. That's dissociation, right? Nothing crazy happened to you. You just didn't think about what you were doing as you did it. Like you were focused, you were probably not going to get in an accident, but you didn't actually get the memory of driving into your long-term memory because you're focused on something else, right? That's what dissociation is. Now, when it's a disorder is when it's severe, okay? So dissociative disorders, they can be triggered by really stressful situations and traumatic events. Dissociative amnesia is when someone just like, they forget their identity. They forget who they are. These are pretty rare. Dissociative fugue, even more rare. This is when a person actually just gets up and like travels and goes somewhere else. And then just like they get off the bus or the train or whatever, and they're like, I don't know who I am or how I got here. There's actually some documented cases of people who have just gone to like a city and then like started a new life and like got an apartment and a job and then like hit their head or something and found out later, oh my goodness, I have a spouse, I have a family. And then they were just missing for years and then they're found. Very rare, but it does happen. Dissociative identity disorder used to be known as multiple personality disorder. And this is when a person has more than one personality living in their body. So, okay, so true story. So my parents are both clinical psychologists. And my dad had a few clients who he was counseling who had, at the time they called it multiple personality disorder. This was back in the 90s. And one of the clients got a hold of our phone number, and this is in the days before cell phones. We just had like the phone on the wall with the cord, right? And found our phone number in the phone book and started calling. And, my dad wasn't happy about this. So, the person would call, and sometimes the person would sound like kind of like a gruff older man. Sometimes the person would sound like a, I don't know, 30-somethings woman. Sometimes sound like a 6-year-old boy. But I could always tell it was the same person. And 14-year-old me, I'm like, Dad? And he'd get on the phone and get really mad. I'd be like, you should be calling my house, click. The person did keep calling back. And so, eventually I was like, Dad, what do you want me to do? And he's like, just say, don't give the phone to me because I don't want to keep feeding into this. But he goes, just let me know. We'll call the person Sam. Okay. So that's my experience with multiple personality, or DID, dissociative identity disorder. It is rare, but it does exist. So some treatments for dissociative disorders, primarily therapy and medication. A lot of times anti-anxiety medications or antidepressants, possibly hypnosis, though again, a person in hypnosis is in a very suggestible state. So you do have to be careful, because there are some people who've been hypnotized into having dissociative identity disorder, but there's some people who've been hypnotized out of it. So again, I think they're still kind of trying to figure it out.
Mary, thank you. Now, imagine waking up one morning and not recognising the person in the mirror. That was the reality for one young woman from Yorkshire.
Alexandra Garrick has lived with a mental health condition called dissociative disorder for the past 5 years. She's teamed up with the charity Fixers to help increase understanding of this little-known condition.
You feel like you're living in a dream. Nothing seems real anymore. You feel like you're watching a film, everything's robotic. My name is Alexandra Garrick, I'm 24 and I'm from Pudsey. I have a mental health condition called dissociative disorder. Most people don't even know it exists. My Fixes project is to help people understand about conditions like this, so that more people can seek help and feel less alone. I first started to notice symptoms about 5 years ago. I woke up and I looked at myself in the mirror and I just didn't recognise the person looking back. When I realised there was a name for what I was feeling, it kind of made me feel a lot less alone in the world. I want to help people understand what dissociative disorders are. So I'm meeting some students from my old performing arts college to talk about it.
Is it difficult, getting on with your everyday activities?
I'm sort of a get up and go person and just get on with life, but I suppose a lot of people, it can make them quite panicky and feel quite claustrophobic. They might explain that they feel trapped inside their own head.
We know that 2 to 3% of the population are diagnosed with a dissociative disorder. Other studies indicate that it's closer to 10%. We think there are thousands of people who are undiagnosed with this condition. They're not getting the help that they need. By people talking about their experiences, it inspires others to come out and talk. It shows them that they're not on their own, which is one of the biggest barriers to people accessing support.
I've always tried to be open and honest about how I'm feeling. The trouble I have is finding people that are willing to listen.
So what would your best advice be for helping someone that's going through it?
I think the best thing you can do is ask the person what you can do to help, but also try to understand them if they're having trouble with social situations. Offer to go outside with them and try and help them compose themselves.
I feel like a lot of people don't really know about it, so it's kind of overlooked. If more people knew, then maybe we could get more help for the people that are struggling.
Over time, I've learned how to cope with most situations. My condition hasn't stopped me getting a degree or working as an actress. I want to encourage other people to speak up. The thing I'd say to someone who's feeling similar is to not be afraid of approaching a GP about it. It is a normal thing to deal with and it can be fixed.
Alexandra Garrick speaking there.
So I really wanted to put that video in there, especially between these particular disorders, because those two can be incredibly isolating for people who suffer from them. And, very, very brave individual there, right? Who's not only is she pulling herself, I mean, she's continuing to, keep going with her life, right? And she's showing her own personal strength and accepting her, what she has to deal with, but at the same time, she's, just got this sense of gratitude, right? And finding those positive things. And what I want to highlight there in particular is her advice to those who are around somebody who is suffering from DID or schizophrenia, because it can be so lonely. I mean, these folks who are suffering from these disorders, they still need human contact, right? They still need connection, but it's so difficult. I mean, imagine like someone who has schizophrenia, they're suffering from delusions, disordered beliefs, thinking. They might have delusions of grandeur, persecution, feel like someone's, after them, or feel like they have this task they must complete to save the world, right? And they might be experiencing hallucinations. Someone who has schizophrenia might be hearing and seeing and feeling things that aren't real. I mean, imagine trying to carry on a conversation when you've got a hallucination screaming in your face, right? It's incredibly, incredibly difficult. And then also, add in some of the, affect symptoms where somebody with negative symptoms, positive symptoms are the ones that show up, right? Like seeing, hearing, feeling things that aren't there. The flat affect or catatonia, right, is when someone with schizophrenia, I mean, there's nothing, right? They're still human, right? They still need connection. So it's so important for the people who are near somebody who is suffering from this to remember to make the effort to reach out. So positive symptoms tend to come from too much dopamine, whereas negative symptoms, that's the lack of normal functions, that might be too little dopamine. And so think about what that means in terms of treatments, right? So somebody who has positive symptoms, too much dopamine, they might be able to take antipsychotics, often they're dopamine blockers, so that it can kind of like keep, if it can't completely get rid of the hallucinations, it can at least quiet them down enough that they can focus on what's happening around them. But if somebody has negative symptoms, you can't, create dopamine, right? So a lot of times folks that if they have a severe amount of a severe lack of dopamine, they might end up institutionalized. They might need more intense care. But another symptom of schizophrenia is sometimes disorganized speech. They call it word salad, where just random words, or sometimes like a clanging, repetitive type of speech. Sometimes inappropriate expression of emotion. Sometimes like they might start laughing really loud at a funeral or crying really loud at a rom-com in a movie theater, right? So again, it can be very disorienting in terms of social connection. So now personality disorders, speaking of social connection. So this got, in the DSM, they kind of organized this into 3 clusters. So there's cluster A. So that's actually, it's getting into a little bit of like some of the schizophrenic symptoms. So like a little bit of a paranoid personality or schizoid or schizotypal, might be some hallucinations and expressions of emotion that don't quite fit the situation. Then there's the dramatic, unpredictable cluster. So think like, antisocial personality disorder. So like sociopaths, borderline personality disorders, when there's like some of the manipulation, histrionic, like excessive displays of emotion, narcissistic, kind of like acting as if one is the center of the world, not really taking other people into account. Then there's the anxious and fearful. So like avoidant, there's codependency, and even obsessive compulsive symptoms can fit in there. So yeah, personality disorders can be kind of like a mixed bag of symptoms. So some causes, the cognitive psychologists do tend to have a lot to say about personality disorders. Like they might say there's some learned bad habits and patterns from, family and childhood type situations. There's possible genetic predispositions, not every sibling ends up with a personality disorder, right? With someone who has one. And then some treatments, psychotherapy, family therapy, if it's a family type situation. And then some medications, again, the antidepressants, I know those come up a lot, but anti-anxiety meds if needed, if that is part of the picture, because, sometimes anxiety is part of what they're going through as well. So some types of therapy that are out there, there's a bunch of different kinds of psychotherapy. So like cognitive behavioral therapy, behavior therapy, hypnotherapy, group therapy. You can see them on there. Psychoanalysis, Gestalt, right? I mean, it kind of, it depends on the person's personality. It depends on what they have going on, what might be the best fit. And it also can depend on the personality of the therapist. Finding the right fit in terms of a therapist is also really, really important. Carl Rogers has something to say about that. Remember, he's our humanist. And he says, look, it's very, very important that the therapist have unconditional positive regard for their client, non-judgmental respect. Okay, that they listen. Not so much the criticism. They might offer feedback, right? Constructive criticism, but not like the tearing down. Empathy, also really, really important, and congruence in terms of being authentic and genuine. If those things aren't there, there won't be as much of a client therapist connection, and that's really important. So some of the biomedical therapies that are out there, we've talked, about some of the medications, but there's also psychosurgeries, as well as we've talked about some of the brain stimulation, deep brain stimulation. And then some lifestyle choices, right? Like changes in diet, exercise, all those things change the body chemistry. And, oh yes, electroconvulsive therapy, I should mention that. That's also, I mentioned it's sometimes used to treat bipolar, but again, that's a last ditch effort. There's the bilateral electroconvulsive therapy and the unilateral, right? So they zap one side or zap two sides. And what it does is it literally shocks the brain. And I know there's those movies where electroconvulsive therapy is used as almost like a punishment, but that's not what we're talking here. We're talking, they've tried everything else. They've tried, especially with someone with depression, they've tried medication, they've tried psychotherapy, and the person is really, really in a rough spot. There are some pretty intense side effects, though. It does kind of, cause some memory gaps. So some types of behavioral therapies. So flooding, I'll use my zombie phobia. If I were to go to a therapist about that and they were to use flooding, they would expose me to a whole bunch of videos or movies of zombies, or maybe even have people dress up, oh my God forbid, dress up in like zombie costumes. Oh, no. I don't think that would help me. I think it would traumatize me. Maybe it would help somebody in their phobia, but not me. Systematic desensitization. So this is slowly exposing a person to their phobia while using relaxation techniques. So maybe show me a picture of a zombie and have me do some deep breathing and try to stay calm. Then maybe have me listen to a soundtrack from a zombie movie and do some deep breathing. I don't really want to think about it, but that apparently is supposed to help. Aaron Beck's cognitive behavioral therapy helps clients recognize negative patterns in their thinking. So if I was meeting with an Aaron Beck cognitive behavioral therapist, they might challenge me. Well, why is it you're afraid of zombies? Don't you know they're not real? Don't you know that's not going to happen? Well, if you saw 28 days later, you'd know it could. Use of behavior modification and shaping. This is reinforcement of behavioral improvements. So, I don't know if I'm going to apply this to my zombie phobia, but you might use this with somebody who is, let's say they're fighting a drug addiction. They might need to, you might have them like, have reward, like have a reward if you get to a certain point, right? Like of sobriety, right? Or you could give them, especially, if it's caused them to kind of like shut down, like try to reinforce with some positive behaviors and give them rewards along the way. All right. Oof, we're getting close. Last pretty nature picture. Deep breaths. We're almost done. So close. All right. I love sunsets. Blood pressure went down every time, works every time. All right. So before we start Unit 9, I promised a few practice questions. Now, I haven't done this before, so I messed something up. Please be patient with me. All right. I just grabbed I just wrote a bunch of practice questions, and all right, here we go. I'm going to do this through a poll. Ready? Oh, good. I see people are answering. Oh, good. Means it's working. All right. I'll give you another, maybe like 20 seconds. Okay, maybe I'll add a few more seconds because a lot of you are still answering. There's so many people still answering. I don't want to cut it off early. Okay. We're going to go. Okay, I think I hit this button. Very good. Wait, is it showing you the results? Well, the answer was the second one. I don't know if it showed you the results right. It's dendrites, cell body, axon, axon terminals. So if you put that one, good job. All right, I'll try another one. How about, I'm going to hide that one. All right, try this one. No. What if I publish the results? Okay. All right, sorry guys, I'm learning. Here, oh, just did this one. Okay, I did another one. Whoa. You all are voting. All right, so it's positive symptoms of schizophrenia can be attributed to an excess of, survey says, dopamine. I hope it's showing you correctly. All right, publish results. Okay. Now, am I hiding it? Yes, I'm hiding it. Okay. All right, ready to do unit 9? Let's do unit 9. Almost there. Last unit. All right. Conformity studies. So conformity is changing one's behavior to match another's. Solomon Asch, I love this study. He found that around 30% of people conform. So the study he did is he had a researcher hold up a card, right? And it had like, ABC and then line X. And he had all these people say, okay, which line ABC does X match the most? And only one person in the group was the actual participant. The rest were all Confederates. They were in on it. And they give the correct answers, Okay. And all of a sudden, all the Confederates give the wrong answer. And so the participant gets all uncomfortable and was like, oh. And then 30% of the time, they went with the wrong answer. Now, one thing that I looked into this and I thought was awesome was when they had one of the Confederates give the correct answer, but all the other Confederates give the wrong answer. Just that one person speaking up and saying the correct answer, the amount of conformity went down from 30% to like something like single digits, like 5% or 6% or something like that. So moral of the story, guys, speaking up and telling the truth, even in an uncomfortable situation when you feel like you're the only one, it does make a difference because you're probably not the only one thinking that maybe something's wrong here, right? It actually lessened the conformity when just one other person said the correct answer. So that's inspiring, isn't it? So groupthink, that's when a group values cohesiveness over real facts, right? It's almost like you go along to get along in a bad way, right? There's like being a team player, but there's also like sacrificing what you actually know is the real reality of the situation because you don't want to make the group mad, right? So the bad one there, that's groupthink. De-individuation is losing a sense of individual responsibility because you're part of a group. So like you can kind of see in this picture here, right? Like somebody else will help them. So true story. I was driving down the highway near my house like a couple of years ago. And it was in July and it was really, really hot and there'd been a drought. And so usually things are pretty green around here, but yeah, I mean, the grass was like straw dry. And somebody must have like thrown a lit cigarette out the window or something, because as I was driving south down the highway, I looked in the grass in the median and it was on fire. And so I'm like, oh my God. And so I had my cell phone. And so I hit the Bluetooth thing and I'm like, there's all these cars. Like it was really busy time. And my first thought was, I'm like, I thought the Bluetooth, and I'm like, yeah, someone else will call. I'm like, wait, I've studied psychology. That is the de-individuation. In fact, like we're going to talk about in a minute, that's actually kind of like the bystander effect. I'm going to call. I called 911 and the dispatcher got kind of snarky with me. Clearly no one had been calling. It wasn't like they were getting a flood of calls about this. I couldn't, all these cars, it sounded like I was the only one who called. And they're like, wait, there's a fire where? Like on the highway, in the grass, in the median. We've had a drought. Okay, where is it? Oh my God, exit 12. Like they wouldn't believe me. But for real, folks, if you find yourself thinking, someone else will take care of it, it might be everyone else is thinking that. That's that sense of that's diffusion of responsibility, right? The individual feels less responsible because there's the presence of a group. And so the bystander effect is that the more people are around, the less likely someone is to help. So this video actually talks about two instances of this. One is the death of Kitty Genovese, and the other one is a study done, I'll let you see it.
In 1964, 38 New Yorkers watched through their windows as one of their neighbors was brutally murdered. Her name was Kitty Genovese, a 28-year-old woman.
The Genovese incident, where a young woman coming home late at night from her work was assaulted by somebody who was one of those random, crazy people.
Kitty was running up the block, and Winston Mosley ran after her until she reached the midpoint of the block, almost directly under this streetlight. Mosley caught up with her and stabbed her 4 times in the back. Her screams were loud, unmistakable, and reverberated throughout the entire area.
The lights went on in the windows around the courtyard, so we know that people were seeing this. Nobody called the police.
Somebody who lived on the 7th floor opened his window and yelled out, "What's going on down there?" When Mosley heard somebody yelling out, he ran back to his car. Kitty was still alive. She managed to get up. She staggers around the corner here, still screaming. People in that building heard her as well, and she collapses inside this hallway. There's one apartment above there. It was occupied by Carl Ross. Carl opened his door at the time that Mosley returns, and he saw the second attack taking place. And he did nothing.
After stabbing Kitty another 8 times in this very hallway, the killer ran away, leaving Kitty to bleed to death. Eventually, a neighbor called the police, but it was too late. Kitty died before the ambulance could get her to the hospital.
That shocked the city. Now, it's not that a person got murdered that shocked the city. That happens, sadly. It's that a person got murdered and her neighbors watched and nobody did anything. Bill Blatney and I, we read about the murder, as did everybody else. Here we were two young social psychologists starting our research careers. We knew about Stanley Milgram's set of experiments on obedience to authority. And we started to think about, in an offhand way, what could have produced the Genovese effect.
Perhaps Kitty Genovese might have been alive today if fewer people had seen her.
There were perhaps 38 people who could have responded, but each were looking to see what these other people were doing.
We decided to try to create a relatively ambiguous situation to which we could see how people responded. We thought that one kind of thing that comes up that's often hard to tell whether it's a real emergency or not has to do with fire.
One thing I want to interject real quick is that I just heard about this. There has been a little bit of a dispute specifically about the Kitty Genovese story. There actually are some, there was actually a woman who did help her before the ambulance got there. All the headlines said no one helped, but I mean, it looks like no one called 911, but there was a woman who did help her. So that does deserve to be mentioned. However, what you're going to see here is that this bystander effect has been replicated in a lab.
You see smoke coming through the vent, and it is ambiguous. What do you do?
There's smoke coming out from under the door in that room where I was filling out the questionnaire.
Almost everybody does that if they face the smoke alone. Now let's have you face the smoke with two strangers. One person can be seen glancing at the other. The other is continuing to fill out the questionnaire. It's getting a little more smoky in the room, but nonetheless, you stay in the room. By and large, people surrounded by people who react as if there's nothing wrong don't respond. Everybody sees the other people not reacting, so they create a definition of the situation. No emergency.
To test their theories about how groups and individuals respond differently to a crisis, Darley and Latine conducted a second experiment. This time, the emergency was clearly defined.
First of all, I would like to thank the two of you for being here today to help out in this study.
In this experiment, one student was asked to communicate via intercom with another student down the hall.
If somebody, give me a little help here, because I'm having a problem. I don't want one of these things coming on.
What sounded like a real seizure in the subject's headphones was just a tape recording of an actor playing a role for the experiment.
If somebody would give me a little help. Hello? Could somebody help?
If you knew there was nobody else but you to help, you got up, you opened the door of your room, and you headed off to find the person. On the other hand, if there were 3 or 4 other people present who you heard,
I would like to thank the three of you for being here today to help us with this study. We are interested in learning.
you are much less likely to respond yourself.
Somebody give me a little help here. I'm having a real problem right now. Help me out.
The responsibility any individual feels for helping is diffused when there are other people who could also help. So what can we say back to the bystanders in the Genovese situation? The first thing we can say, I think, is they got a bum rap. They were reacting the way that you or me might react in those situations. There have been many incidents like the Genovese incident since then, and there have been many incidents in which people who could help don't help.
Yeah, so it's been replicated in labs and unfortunately in real life scenarios as well, the bystander effect. So there's some other effects of the group on the individual. There's group polarization. So this is when someone gets even more convinced of their beliefs when they're with a group of people who believe the same thing. They also call that the echo chamber. This happens a lot on social media, in case you haven't noticed. Social impairment versus social facilitation. So social impairment is when, let's say, being in front of an audience makes someone really, really nervous. And so they perform worse, right? They just get so stressed. That would be social impairment. Social facilitation. I actually saw this when I was a swimmer in high school. When sectionals came up, we always got our best times at sectionals. And maybe it was just like the adrenaline of, right, it's the end of the year, it's a big competition, but I think it's also because there was more of an audience, right? So that when that's the case, that's social facilitation. Makes your performance better. Social loafing is why I have so many students tell me they never want to do a group project ever. Some do and some don't. This is when an individual expects the group to pick up the slack so they don't work as hard. The false consensus effect is the belief that one's own judgments are common. That you just believe everyone thinks this way, right? It's almost a little bit of like an egocentrism, kind of like we talked about with Piaget's theory. Consumer psychology. You want to talk about an area of psychology where you can, collect some pretty big fees as a consultant is in advertising. Companies want to know all the things about human behavior so they can know how to get people to buy their stuff. So some very common strategies, foot in the door. That's a small request leads to a bigger one. Well, and actually you can use this besides just in consumer psychology. For example, like let's say somebody's going out of town and they ask their neighbor like, hey, can you grab the mail for me while I'm gone? And they're like, sure. Like, oh, while you're at it, since you're already in my apartment, could you also water the plants? Right? It's asking for another commitment. Door in the face. It's when you ask for a big request first to pave the way for a smaller one. My kids do this all the time. They'll be like, hey, can we go on vacation to Disney World? No? Oh, well, can we go to the movies this weekend? Right? Really, they're aiming for the movies the whole time. The lowball technique. This is when you start with a small commitment and raise the cost of that commitment. So let's say there's a cable company and they've got the introductory rate. It's only this much a month, right? Let's say it's like $50 a month for cable, whatever the company is. But after a year, it's $60 a month, right? That's the lowball technique. Raise the cost of the same commitment. The norm of reciprocity is giving something for free to create a sense of obligation. So one place where I see this all the time, my husband and I gave money to years ago, a cancer research society. And ever since then, every year they send me these free address return envelope labels. I mean, it's my name and my address on there, right? But and they just make them for me like, oh, here's a free gift. I'm like, thank you so much. And they're like, oh, and here's also an envelope where you can make a donation. Like, we did something for you, you should do something for us. Stanley Milgram, this experiment, the numbers, 2/3 of the participants obeyed an authority figure in a white coat. You can watch the video. It's a good one.
Would you give someone a deadly electric shock? Would you follow orders just to commit a violent crime against an innocent person if someone told you to? Or what about would you support an unjust cause just because someone told you to? People rarely see themselves as violent or capable of committing violent acts. They rarely see themselves on the wrong side of history. And yet, human history is full of violence, genocides, and atrocities. In fact, in today's world, you might even see friends and family now, people that you believe are good people, supporting violence. But how does this happen? Well, I'm going to tell you about an experiment in psychology that set out to explain why people commit violence against others. And then I'm going to ask you these questions again. The true answers to these questions might surprise you. So this study is called the Milgram Shock Study, also known as the Milgram Experiment. Its name comes from Stanley Milgram, the psychologist behind the study. So Milgram was born in the 1930s in New York City to Jewish immigrant parents. As he grew up, he witnessed the atrocities of the Holocaust from thousands of miles away. How could people commit such atrocities? How could people see the horror in front of them and continue to participate in it? These questions followed him as he became a psychologist at Yale University. And in 1961, he decided to set up a study that might show how people follow orders from authority, even if it goes against their morals. So how did the study work? Well, over the course of 2 years, Milgram recruited men to participate in a study. He created a few variations of the study, but in general, they involved a participant, a learner, and an experimenter. The participant acted as a teacher, reading out words to the learner. The learner would then have to repeat the words back to the participant. And if the learner got the words wrong, the teacher had to deliver an electric shock. Now, these shocks increased in voltage. At first, the shocks were around 15 volts, just a mild sensation. But the shocks reached all the way up to 450 volts, which is actually extremely dangerous. Now, you must know, these shocks were not real. The learner was an actor who played along with the study, so people were not harmed in this study. The experimenter encouraged the participants to administer these shocks whenever the learner was incorrect. As the voltage increased, some participants resisted. In some variations of the study, the experimenter would urge the participants to administer the shocks. This happened in stages. Some participants were told to please continue, and eventually they had no choice but to continue. In some variations of the study, the actor would beg the participant not to administer the shocks, complaining of a heart problem. In some cases, the actor actually would even fake death once the highest voltages were reached. So you might be surprised to hear that this study even took place. There are obviously some ethical concerns behind asking participants to deliver dangerous electrical and even deadly shocks. The trauma of that study could impact the participants, some of whom did actually not learn the truth of the study for months after it was over. Maybe they thought they killed someone. But you might also be surprised to hear that a lot of participants did actually administer the most dangerous shocks. After the experiment was over, Milgram asked a group of his students how many participants they thought would deliver the highest shock. And the students predicted 3%. But in the most well-known variation of the study, a shocking 65% of participants reached the highest level of the shocks. And every single participant reached 300-volt levels. So the Milgram shock study took place over 50 years ago, and it's still considered one of the most controversial and infamous studies in modern history. The study even inspired TV movies. But not everyone praises Milgram for his boldness. The results of the study aren't particularly optimistic, and there have been critiques from psychologists over the years. After all, Milgram's selection of participants wasn't perfect. All of the participants were male, a group that only represents 50% of the population. Would the results be different if women were asked to deliver the electric shocks? Another factor to consider is that, like in the Stanford prison experiment, all of the participants answered a newspaper ad to participate in the study for money. Would the results have been different if the participants were not the type to volunteer for an unknown study? Other critics believe that documentation of Milgram's experiment suggests that some participants were coerced into completing the study. Psychologist Gina Perry believes that participants were even bullied into completing the study. Perry also believes that Milgram failed to tell the participants about the truth of this study. Rather than telling participants that a learner was an actor and shocks were never delivered, experimenters simply allowed participants to calm down after the study and then send them home. She believes many were never told the truth, and in that case, it's not very ethical, especially when their participation could have meant injuring another person. Moving on, let's talk a little bit about replications. Because with most of these studies happening 50 years ago, psychologists have attempted to retest Milgram's theories, and it's been hard to replicate the study because of the controversial methods. But similar studies have slightly tweaked Milgram's methods and have yielded similar results. Other replications takes Milgram's findings a step further. People are more obedient than they might seem. Now, does this mean that we're all bad people, just hiding under a mirage of sound judgment? Not really. 5 years after the publication of Milgram's experiment, a psychologist, Walter Mischel, published Personality and Assessment. It suggested that trait theorists were looking at personality theory all wrong. He suggested that different situations could drive different behaviors. Thus, something called situationism was born. Studies like Milgram's experiment and the Stanford prison experiment are still considered supporting evidence of situationism. So let me ask you the questions at the beginning of the video. Would you give someone a deadly electric shock? Would you follow orders to commit a violent crime against an innocent person? Would you support an unjust cause just because someone told you to? Or would it just depend on the situation? I hope you really enjoy this video on the Milgram shock study, and I definitely hope you learned something. If you have any questions at all, feel free to leave a comment below or check out some of the other...
I'm not going to leave a comment. So another, a lot of criticisms of this study, right? Another one I heard that I thought was a good point a little while ago is that, remember the foot in the door, right? Once you've already gotten some people to administer some shocks, well, you know, you're just kind of like incrementing what you're asking them to do. So it could be that it's more a measure of foot in the door than it is just straight up obedience, right? So very valid criticisms of this study. So attitude and persuasion, also part of social psychology. There's the halo effect. This is when one aspect about a person causes us to make a judgment about them as a whole person. And then when it comes to persuasion, right? So there's the central path, which is, let's say it's somebody selling a car, right? So, looking at the central path of persuasion, or maybe if we're looking at, looking at advertisement to try to sell vehicles, they'll talk about like the cost, the safety rating, reliability. That'll be like the central part of what's persuading someone to buy the car. The peripheral path is more like, maybe like the sex appeal, or like how fast the car goes, or how fancy it looks, right? The color. Those are, think peripheral, like outer, right? Not really what's in the guts of the car. So when it comes to, and persuasion can be part of how we form our attitudes. When it comes to attitudes themselves, there's like 3 different components. So I think of it as like the ABCs, right? The affective, which is how we feel about something. The behavior is how we act based on how we feel about something. And then cognitive is what we actually think, like our logical thought, right? So like, if I really think those little cars are really, really, really cute and adorable, right? That's how I feel about it, right? So I might buy one, right? But also they're very good with gas mileage, right? So I've got some logic behind my choice as well. How we form our attitudes, our coaches, teachers, parents, friends, peers, media, prejudice, past experiences, all that can kind of coalesce. And in what ways more on our attitudes and opinions, it varies, of course, depending on our circumstances and our life situation, our relationships. So when attitudes can have problems is when there's cognitive dissonance. That's when attitudes and actions don't match. And people typically don't like that because, that can smack of hypocrisy, right? People get very, very uncomfortable and tense and sometimes even start getting into some kind of like a justification. Stereotype is the belief that all members of a group have the same characteristics just based on the fact that they're members of that group. Fundamental attribution error is such a human thing to do. And there's a logical reason why this is a very easy mistake to make. What it is we assume that if someone else does something, it's because that's the kind of person they are. But if I do something, well, it might have more to do with my circumstances, right? So if I look at how like I'm driving a car, right? If somebody like speeds past me, I might be like, oh, what a dangerous driver. They're so inconsiderate, right? But if it's me speeding, well, I might think, if I'm looking at why I'm speeding, I'm not going to be as quick to judge myself as a person. I'm going to look at like, oh, well, I'm late to pick up my daughter, or, right? So there's a reason why we kind of do this. Like, we know our own situation. We don't know other people's situation. So that's why it's just so natural for us to make a categorization about that person. Ethnocentrism, prejudice, discrimination, scapegoating can all branch out of this as well. So where does prejudice come from? There's realistic conflict theory that says that there's a correlation between group competition, conflict, and discrimination. In groups versus out groups can end up having some tension there. Self-fulfilling prophecy. So this is like, especially if there's a stereotype threat. Someone's kind of like falling into that, they've looked at, girls versus boys performances on correct answers on a math test, where, if girls are drawn, if girls have it somehow in their head that the thought placed in their head, like, oh, girls aren't as good at math, right? Like some kind of stereotypical belief like that, they'll end up not performing as well because that's stereotype threat. They don't believe they should be performing as well. And again, that's part of the self-fulfilling prophecy. Some ways to kind of end conflict between different groups, to fight stereotypes and prejudice, is to put people in situations where they have to work together. A jigsaw classroom type activities, equal status contact activities, where they need each other. The actual structure of the activity is if they don't work together, they won't succeed. That can help them actually interact in a way where they need each other and they end up feeling differently about each other and start seeing each other as individuals. Some of the factors of attraction, that's another part of social psych. Physical attractiveness, proximity, or how much how often the people are around each other. There's also similarity, how much they're alike. It's more, when it comes to attraction, it's way more often birds of a feather flock together than it is opposites attract. Not saying opposites never attract, but it's more rare. Reciprocity of liking, we tend to like people who like us. Kind of makes sense. So Robert Sternberg's triangular theory of love. So this is, and this is kind of, this is pretty American. We kind of had this view of marriage that, in long-term commitment type relationships, that there will be intimacy, passion, and commitment in this, in this relationship. If it's, if there's just liking, that's just intimacy, closeness, right? Infatuation, that's like the romantic passion, right? Empty love is just a commitment, nothing else. And then there's, of course, the combinations of the three. Altruism is looking out for others with no expectation of anything in return. So we kind of like that about people. And last but not least, aggression. So the just world hypothesis actually can kind of be at the root of this. Sometimes it's the belief that people get what they deserve, whether it's good or bad. A lot of individualistic cultures might have this a little more, if you have the belief that you pull yourself up by your own bootstraps, you get what you deserve, right? Then you're less likely to look at somebody in a rough situation and think, oh, well, maybe something happened to them, right? Maybe it's not their fault. The just world hypothesis makes it more difficult to see it that way. And the Zimbardo prison experiment. If you haven't watched any YouTube videos about this one, make sure to know this one. This is the power of social roles. And, what they did here, they mentioned this in another video, is they separated out college students into prison guards and prison inmates. And some of the vicious behavior on the part of the guards, and these are kids who normally would not have acted like that, was quite shocking. They got so into the role that, they ended up, it's almost seems like a little bit of a dissociation there. They had to cut the study early because the prison guards were getting so vicious, and because the prisoners, some of them were having meltdowns, some of them, they're almost becoming zombie-like. It's quite disturbing. So, all right, we got a couple minutes left. I want to scoot over here and I want to do a few more practice questions. So let me make sure that I can do this. All right. So here's one. All right, here we go. Overcoming functional fixedness is similar to... Ooh, lots of votes coming. Oh my goodness. All right, I think we're down to a trickle, so here we go. It is divergent thinking. I'm starting to think I didn't enter these incorrectly because it's supposed to light up a certain way. Well, the answer is divergent thinking. Nice job. All right. How would I try another one? Can you tell I'm new at this? How about... Ooh, here we go. This one. Phineas Gage. So his reported side effects from the damage to his frontal lobe. All right. All right, boats are slowing to a trickle, so here we go. And it is change in personality. All right, we got time for a couple more. We got time for a couple more. How about, oh, here's a good one. You're standing in a large group of people when someone from across the room says your name. You turn your head. This is all right, boats are slowing to a trickle. It is the cocktail party effect. One more. Let's see. Oh, I gotta publish it. All right, one more. We'll do. Ooh, that one. In the classical conditioning video with a student throwing a ball of paper at his brother, the cell phone tone was the. Ooh, this one's trickier. All right. Last couple votes squeaking in there. The conditioned stimulus. Good job. All right, it is 10 o'clock. You made it through 5 hours. Great job. So I think got one more slide here. Yes. So go ahead, keep the conversation going in Discord. Thank you all for coming. We had a great time. Thank you so much. And have an awesome night. Get some good sleep. You're going to do awesome on your test. Bye-bye.